Good evening, everyone. For those not here, if you can hear the bells at Sacred Heart, we know that it's 6 o'clock, and we would like to call this evening's meeting of the City Council to order. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Artis.
Here.
Councilmember Ali.
Present.
Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Grab.
Here.
Councilmember Jensen. Councilmember Jensen. Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Present.
Councilmember Euler. Councilmember Euler. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Here.
You have a quorum present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we start, I have a notice to read in accordance with Governor J.B. Pritzker's Executive Order 2020-10, prohibiting all public and private gatherings of 10 people or more in a single room or single space at the same time. And the Executive Orders 2020-18 and 2020-32, extending that prohibition through May 30th, as well as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's recommendation of gathering of no more than 10 people in a single room or space and social distancing of at least 6 feet between persons. I, Mayor Jim Artis, declared a local state of emergency and closed City Hall to the public to contain the spread of COVID-19, to fill the requirements and recommendations, and to comply with the spirit of the Open Meetings Act by conducting the May 26th, 2020 regular City Council meeting virtually through Microsoft Teams. Those City Council members attending the meeting virtually shall be declared present. Citizens and media are invited to watch through the online or YouTube live stream, local TV channel 22, or WCB radio. Submissions for public comment were received through the City Clerk's office. At this time, those in chambers will stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, nation, God. We do have two proclamations that we will read into the record this evening. The first is National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day, 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, and on average, there are nearly 13,000 gun homicides every year. Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Illinois has 1,363 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 10.6 deaths per 100,000 people. Illinois also has the 37th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States. And whereas in January of 2013, teenager Hadiya Pendleton marched in President Obama's second inaugural parade, she was tragically shot and killed a few weeks later. And whereas to help honor Hadiya and all the other victims and the survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations designated June 5th, 2020 as the 6th National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June the 5th, 2020, to help raise awareness about gun violence and to honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadaya's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, chosen because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. Now, therefore, I, Jamardis, Mayor of the City of Peoria, Illinois, do hereby proclaim June the 5th, 2020, as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Peoria, Illinois. Our second proclamation this evening is for a very respected Peoria residents who many of us in the community know, either know him, know of him, and we're fortunate that this year Bob Gilmore turned 100 years old. So this proclamation is to Bob, and on behalf of the City Council and the City of Peoria, we want to tell him congratulations, Bob, and we hope you have many more years of good health. Whereas 100 years ago, Bob Gilmore was born on May the 4th, 1920 in Peoria. As a young boy, he helped his father deliver milk to families on Peoria's near South Side and South St. Francis area. And whereas he graduated from high school in 1938 and started working for Caterpillar as a machine apprentice for 32 cents an hour. And whereas he left Caterpillar to enlist in the military, he served 30 missions as a B-17 Air Force navigator in Europe, returning to Caterpillar in 1946. And whereas Caterpillar took him to France in 1963 to open a new plant in Grenoble. His leadership in this endeavor helped to provide a successful framework for the international expansion of this global giant. He returned to Peoria 5 years later and became the vice president over the 10 plants in the company's U.S. operations and the president in 1977. He guided the company through tumultuous times in the 1980s and continued to lead until they were back in the financial black. And whereas he is a man of integrity with a heart for service, as is evident in the countless organizations that he's volunteered for in our community. And whereas Bob Gilmore learned firsthand the cultural, social, and economic diversity of Peoria, always displaying genuine respect, humility, and sensitivity throughout his long and distinguished career at Caterpillar and into his retirement years. Now, therefore, I, Jamardis, Mayor of the City of Peoria, do hereby acknowledge the 100th birthday of Bob Gilmore in Peoria, Illinois. I believe we would be at the minutes. Councilman Ruckriegel.
Mayor, I move to approve the minutes of the regular City Council meeting held on May 12th, 2020 as printed.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Thank you. Any corrections or changes to the minutes? Seeing nothing on text and hearing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grayeb.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Euler. Councilmember Euler. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
It passes unanimously 10-0. So we would be at the consent agenda. Item 20-110 is a communication from the City Manager and Corporation Counsel with a request to approve a settlement in Fannin versus Peoria. 20-111 is a recommendation to approve a request from the Dunlap Community Unit School District 323 to disperse $137,056 from the Education Fund for the construction of an administrative office building. 20-112 is a request to approve vendors for 2020 street maintenance materials to secure set pricing for the current maintenance season rather than market pricing. 20-113 is a request for the city manager to execute an agreement with the Illinois Department of Transportation in the amount of $24,219 plus contingency for the city's participation in an IDOT project to modernize traffic signals at US Route 150 and Illinois Route 40 and Illinois Route 40 at Bird and Fry. 20-114 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to approve a resolution approving the preliminary plat for Thornwood Estates subdivision in a Class R3 single-family residential district generally located southeast corner of Wilhelm Road and Rock Island Trail. 20-115 is a request to adopt an ordinance vacating 125 feet by 15 feet of an alley running parallel to Southwestern Avenue and bounded by West Howett Street and West Millman Street in Peoria. 20-116 is a request to adopt an ordinance to rescind Ordinance 17103, which amended Schedule N of Chapter 828 of the Code of the City of Peoria by designating the 1,000 blocks of North Underhill Street and North Borland Avenue from West Russell Street south to the alley one-way streets in Traffic Schedule N. 20-117 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance amending an existing special use ordinance number 14832 as amended in a Class R7 multifamily residential district for a wireless communication tower height extension for property at 1601 West Gift Avenue. And 20-118 is an appointment by Mayor Artis to the Sister City Commission with a request to concur of Melanie Coulter, and that completes your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items to remove from consent this evening? I'm hearing none. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Last call for any items to remove. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grayeb.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
And Mayor Artis.
Aye.
It passes unanimously 10-0. We would be at regular business. 20-119 is a request to approve the declaration of local state of emergency.
Councilman Riggenbach, motion to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Moore. Is there discussion on this item? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grayeb.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Nay.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Mayor Artis.
Aye.
And Councilmember Ali, sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
There was one negative.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. 9, 1 nay. Councilmember Montalongo. 20-120 is a request from the CDBG Public Services Advisory Commission to approve the COVID-19 CDBG Public Services Priorities and Application.
Councilmember Moore is a motion to approve. Is there a second? Seconded, thank you, by Councilmember Riggenbach. Is there discussion on this item? I have Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Once again, I want to commend this commission. It is now called the CDBG Public Services Priorities Public Service Commission. And just a reminder, Public Services Advisory Commission, just a reminder of what they do. The city receives CDBG funds every year, or at least that's our hope. But so far we've received funds every year. And this commission, this is a volunteer commission that get together and determine first the priorities as outlined by those priorities that are acceptable to CDBG. And then they submit those priorities to the city council to approve those priorities that they've listed. You may notice that the listing of priorities that they would like for you to approve this year is a little longer than it had been in previous years. I think that's partly owing to the fact that the city was awarded additional COVID dollars, and this commission will be looking at those additional dollars from the CDBG standpoint for the public services that are provided as shown before you. So on the one hand, I'd like to thank that commission for the work that they do. They spend a lot of time doing this. And lastly, what you're being asked to do is to approve the selection of the 11 priorities that are listed there. Once this is done, applications will be completed and sent out to the public. Request for organizations to complete applications will be made to the community based upon an application that has to be approved by the CDBG rules. Those applications are returned and scored by the commission. The groups are then asked to come in and make a presentation to the commission. The commission then scores those applications based upon the presentations that were made, and then they award funding. If you look further on the ordinance, you will see that on page 2, I believe it starts, the different bullet points that speak to much of what I've just indicated. It speaks to the additional funds that came in, the comment window that is there, and what the financial impact is. Those of you who have been around for a while or have even been a casual observer in the community know that a lot of organizations receive funding from this commission that they may not normally receive, and that the results that come out of these funds to those organizations are those that are very much needed in the community and have a significant impact. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'd like to ask for your acceptance and approval.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I also want to extend thanks and appreciation for those volunteer commissioners. I also want to thank those community-based organizations that apply to receive these funds to disperse to needed citizens throughout our community. Really, these funds and the agencies are an extension of the city services. We can't do all this by ourselves. we are not dispersed throughout the entire city the way that many community-based organizations are. They have other services that they provide that these very well complement. So I want to thank all the partners in this and appreciation of the federal funds. I mean, over $1 million in additional funds through the CARES Act is very generous and very well received. So I just want to say thanks to all, and I look forward to seeing the visibility of promotional information that really gets the word out throughout our community that these expanded services are available. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I had Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about, I'm wondering why, because it was my understanding, I thought that we could use some of this money to cover city expenses that we are incurring as a result of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. So if someone from staff could answer that.
Director Black or Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman. Yes, some of the CDBG dollars that we have received, that the city has received, can be used for staff costs associated with the management of the dollars. They're not sort of carte blanche dollars that can be used to cover any city staffing cost, but any eligible CDBG cost would be possible. Of the almost 1.1 million that has been made available of the special CDBG dollars, as the council directed, 300,000 is being put towards public service, and we will be following up with in the next couple of meetings with further information on the Small Business Assistance Program and the Household Assistance Program. And we do anticipate that we will take the allowed administrative cap, which is 20% of the $1 million.
Okay, thank you, Director Black. As a follow-up, are you saying that these priorities that you're asking the city to approve today are only for 300,000 of the 1.1 million, or am I misunderstanding that?
No, you are correct. This is simply for the public service component. Because the way the public service dollars work, as you know, we first have to get direction from the council or approval from the council on what the priorities are. And then there's a time period where the application is out for agencies to respond, as Councilwoman Moore indicated. And then the actual funding recommendations will come back to the council. We anticipate that the funding recommendations will come back to council in July, and that the money should be available for the agencies in August.
Okay, and so then the other 700,000 or so from the 1.1 million then will be used to cover city expenses that we've incurred to deal with COVID-19, if they are allowed under the CARES Act?
Yeah, Councilwoman, per the direction that council gave maybe a month ago, I'm losing track of time here, the entire 1.1 million is effectively spoken for. The majority of the rest of the dollars will be used for a small business assistance program and for an assistance program for property owners. So those are the two large programs that we still need to bring back to you for approval. One of the challenges we've had is that HUD has not released final guidance on the use of these special CDBG dollars, and so we are proceeding with the assumption that nothing will change dramatically, or nothing will change for the negative in terms of the basic CDBG regulations. But we don't want to get too far ahead of our headlights in terms of making promises that we may not be able to keep. So we will bring back additional information, hopefully at the next meeting, or if not, the meeting after that.
Okay, but so our plan, which includes the 300,000 for public service payment, and then the 700,000 for business assistance and the other program, none of the 1.1 will be used to cover any of our expenses, even if they might be coverable under the act. Is that right?
No, we do intend to use, maybe not the full 20%, but we do intend to use a portion of the available CDBG dollars for administrative costs associated with the management of the CDBG programs. And I can bring back a more detailed dollar amount on those when we bring back information on the business assistance and property assistance program. Okay, but it's not, that's only to administer these programs. It won't be used to cover, you know, the almost $605,000 that the city has expended in city overtime and buying supplies and other things needed to keep City Hall running, and employees working from home. None of that will be included. That is correct. There's no change in the federal regulations as to the use of CDBG dollars. They still have to be used for eligible costs, and most of what we have incurred would not be considered an eligible cost. And the other issue is that we can't pay ourselves back using CDBG dollars for expenses that were incurred before HUD approved the use of the dollars.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, when did HUD approve the use of the dollars? Remind me.
Well, they haven't yet. That's
okay,
part of the issue with that's why we're sort of pumping the brakes on the rest of the programs.
Okay, thank you for all that information. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion by Councilmember Moore and seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach to approve. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please? Are you muted, Beth?
Sure. I didn't hear her. Did she call?
Okay. I'm sorry, I was muted. Councilmember Graham?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
And Councilmember Seer?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item 20-121 is a communication from Councilmember Kelly with a request to direct staff to establish an urban decay abatement area for the near north side Averyville and the far south side, and to amend the boundaries of the city's East Village TIF on the near north side to accommodate the urban decay tax abatement area.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start by saying I wish it were so, but this communication that you've all received was not from me. Am I getting some feedback here? Okay. It was not from me. I was speaking with the staff about this, and we got it on the agenda, and but I did not make any communication here except the letter to Don Weislast, which is pretty outdated at this point. Also, there are a number of errors in what you did receive, and there is no overall description of what I'm up to, or what this passage of this ordinance would be up to. So as much as I hate to do it, I would like to move to defer this item for 2 weeks. And I will be working with the staff, and Patrick and I have been talking about a little bit about the deficiencies here. And we'll have it ready to go in 2 weeks. And I think also Councilwoman Moore, that will give you time to do your research. So anyway, I would like to defer this item until our next regular meeting.
Okay. I had Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to amend the motion to defer and rather defer it to come back the second meeting in August. My purpose for doing that is that in addition to it not being ready when it came to the council the first time, with all that the council is about to be tasked with when we get down to the budget, this is an item that is not as pressing as what we're about to talk about. If we end up eliminating, unfortunately, laying off folks, they may be folks who would be charged with this activity. And this is just really not the time. I mean, we're talking about having staff to start doing research on a tax abatement, when right now COVID-19 has done a great job of abating a lot of taxes that we would have used to eliminate or try to shore up, I should say, our budget. And so I'd like to move that the deferral, I agree with the deferral, but I would like to see it come back at the second meeting in August.
Okay. I had, and Councilmember Moore, we'll make that a substitute motion as opposed to an amended motion. And I had 3 seconds, and I'm just trying to get a clarification on which item. And Councilman Regenbach just seconded Councilmember Moore's substitute motion. So that will be the motion on the floor, is the substitute motion to defer till August. And I have Councilman Kelly with a comment.
Yes, we can always wait. We can wait forever. We've been waiting a long time for some real growth policies in Peoria, Illinois, but we're always too busy to get to growth policies. There's always an emergency. The next communication from me will be from me. It will not so much be from the staff at all. And therefore, and I am very well aware of the burdens on the staff right now, and I'm quite sympathetic to the burdens on the staff right now. But I'm going to be doing most of this work, not the staff. And I would ask that the substitute motion be defeated partially because we really need, at the same time we're cutting everything. When is the time to address growth in our city? And I think we're long past time for that. So if you believe me that I will be doing most of this work and the staff will not be, I would appreciate voting down this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I had Councilman Regenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting Councilwoman Moore's motion. And I think this concept of tax abatement's fascinating, but we have a East Village Growth Cell Advisory Committee that meets semi-annually, and this is exactly the type of thing that I think should be brought up to them. I mean, changing the boundaries of a TIF is not something we do lightly. I understand there's some extenuating circumstances that would ask for that, but I think we all know that TIF policy has something that our citizens like, are very concerned about. So I would not be able to support this multifaceted communication without further explanation on that. And I would certainly think, with all that's on our plate, the deferral until August would be more than appropriate. And just one exception, Councilman Kelly, to say that we are not excited about growth policies, I think is quite disingenuous. The East Village Grow Cell, for instance, has pumped $500,000 into the homeowners of the East Bluff through our housing rehab program. So we're constantly looking for new and creative ways to do that. I'm happy to hear more what this abatement holds, but I've been waiting for a year to hear the details of it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. And I would just add to what Councilman Riggenbach has said. This is not just the work of one council member. This is the work of a community and neighborhoods within the community. It requires a lot of input and community engagement. That requires a lot of work. It does involve some staff. And, you know, I don't see it as a solo project. And because of that and because of our current priorities, I would agree with the deferral until a later date, such as August. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Graham next.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for the manager and or Councilmember Kelly. At the end of this item 20-121, it says Council District 1. It seems to me that the East Village Grow Cell does include part of District 2 and 3. And so I think it transcends just one district, what we're being asked to do, although I think the focal point may be primarily in District 1. Could I get some clarity on that?
Councilman, yes, you are correct.
Yes, Councilman, I can clarify that. Councilman, the part of the East Village district that is being contemplated here is the part that is below the bluff. I checked before I tried to get this into this tax abatement district, just to make sure that there was zero TIF increment coming out of that area. And there is none. Now, to go up on the bluff, you're into areas that are creating increment, and we can't do tax abatement in an active TIF that is producing increment. TIFs rely on high taxes to make themselves work. Tax abatement cuts taxes, so they are sort of opposites. And while I'd like as much of our city to enjoy tax abatement as possible, we are restricted in the neighborhoods that we can serve, and this small part of the East Bluff district, which is not actually in the East Bluff at all, is producing no increment, so it wouldn't have any effect at all on the TIF. Does that answer your question, Councilman Graham?
Thank you very much, Councilor Kelly. Do you have anything you wanted to add, Manager?
I actually think Councilman Kelly summed it up very accurately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm seeing no other. You're welcome. I'm seeing no further requests for comments on the chat message. So we have the motion on the floor. There's a substitute motion to defer this until the August by Councilmember Moore and seconded by Councilman Riggenbach. I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Jensen,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
No.
Councilmember Montalongo,
Aye.
Councilmember Moore,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach,
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel,
Aye.
Mayor Ardis,
Aye.
Councilmember Ali,
Aye.
Councilmember Sear,
Aye.
and Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
And it passes with 9 yeas, 1 nay, Councilmember Kelly voting nay. 20-122 is a request to concur with the recommendation in one institutional district to allow for a revised official development plan for Tarantino and Company Bleeding and Clotting Disorders Institute for properties located at 405 and 427 West Northmore Road and 6112, 6126, 6200, and 6204 Northmore Court.
Thank you. Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move for approval at this time. Is there going to be a presentation as well?
Yes, we do have a presentation set up.
So, yeah, I'll just get it started with a motion to approve and then
Okay,
turn it over to them.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Ali, and we will go over to the presentation. Director Black, were you going to segue for us, or?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to make some general comments. I do not have the presentation. Hopefully, it's out there.
No, we have the presentation ready to go, and we have a couple people on the phone. I just didn't know if you wanted to say anything to open this.
Just in general, this is an amendment of an existing official development plan for the old Mid-State College campus. I think it's a great reuse of the campus and with some fantastic future expansion opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the presenters. Maybe for the record, if you'll just identify each other that are going to be presenting, and then we have the PowerPoint presentation ready to go.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Ardis. My name is Becky Burns. I'm the COO and CFO of the Bleeding and Clotting Disorders Institute. I also have Scott Rinkenberger with PJ Hair to answer more detail than I can.
Very good. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So if we want to switch, the first slide is just kind of an overview. If you want to go to the second slide we have. So BCDI is a 501c3 not-for-profit hemophilia treatment center. This is a designation established by the federal government as one of the original 340B participants. We treat all patients with non-malignant blood bleeding and clotting disorders. No cancer, but anything else wrong with your blood, we're the place to be. We were established in Peoria in 2010. We celebrate our 10th year of serving patients this April. You go to the next slide. We started with 8 employees in 2010. We're currently at 53 and growing. We are actively recruiting 2 more physicians to our office. Patient demands increased significantly over the years, leading to a backlog of appointments. Our current space on the north end of Knoxville is a great location. Unfortunately, we've just outgrown it. And so when the Mid-State College property came up, it was a perfect opportunity for us to really, establish a campus. While we're completely located out of Peoria, Illinois, we do take our team to 10 other places throughout the state of Illinois, going as far north as Rockford and as far south as Carbondale. So we do service patients from throughout the state of Illinois, as well as 15 other states that come to us for referrals. Our research department is world-class, being involved in various studies for hemophilia and other bleeding and clotting disorders. our docs are internationally renowned for their research and practice. It's really a fun little niche in the Peoria market that not a lot of people know about. So one of the other reasons we like this space is that it really will increase that visibility as well in the up and coming area over there. We do have not only a clinic, we have a in-house pharmacy, as well as a physical therapy program, specialized coagulation lab, and world-class research department. So Scott, do you want to take over talking about what we want to do?
Yes, I will. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm Scott Rinkenberger with PJ Hare, and we're the design build partner with BCDI and Tarantino and Company. And we're working with Farnsworth Group, KED, and Moore and Kerr, some good local folks there designing the project. So the project is currently in design. And the slide you're looking at, the future location, the current aerial view, if you went to that slide, shows the current Mid-State campus. So as you can see, the corner of Northmore and Knoxville and the current buildings as they are today in the parking lot. So if you go to the next slide, it is the future location, the site plan as it is today. There's 3 buildings that Mid-State College used. There's 2 older buildings and a newer building that was built 10 years ago or so. The existing building, the newer building, we're planning on renovating, the one to the west. The 2 buildings to the east we're looking at there are to be demolished. Their function just doesn't work out with their current condition for what BCDI is looking for. So those 2 buildings are looking to be demolished as part of this plan. And then if you go to the next slide, shows the future site as it will be the proposed site plan. And what we're looking at is renovating the existing 2-story building that Mid-State College had, and then attaching a new 2-story, about 11,000 square foot addition, and then filling in the parking lot as necessary and reworking the site as required to make it nice and that. So if you go to the next slide, it shows a view from Northmore, the front entrance. So if you pull off of Northmore, this is what you'll see. And it shows the existing building to the left. You'll see the kind of a dark 2-story. That's the existing glass in the middle. That's the existing building entry foyer. And then all to the right, that white where BCDI logo is, to the right is the new addition we're looking at putting on there. So a nice new, beautiful 2-story addition for them. So the next slide after that is the view that you're going to see as you come down Knoxville or coming down the trail from the north. So it's the north side of the building. So a nice new north side, new 2-story stair tower feature with BCDI logo on it. As Becky said, one of their intents is to really magnify their brand and show the community what BCDI does. So this is one way of doing so in a nice prominent corner location on the corner there of Knoxville and Northmore. So as you can see, we're still in the design phases, but we're really excited to keep moving forward with this. Hopefully, as things progress, we hope to sometime in August be looking to break ground if things keep proceeding, but we will see how that continues. So thank you very much. Becky, if you have anything to close out with.
Yeah, I would just say that, as Scott said, we're looking to hopefully break ground this August, and we're looking at about a 1-year turnaround. So late summer 2021 for actually taking over the property, moving our staff in.
Thank you, Becky and Scott, both. This is an exciting project in a very exciting area that's seeing a lot of growth with Keller Station right across the street. So I know I've heard a lot of people in that area talking with a lot of excitement to see your new development there. So this is very welcome news. I think I have Councilmember Montalongo next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, absolutely. We are very excited for the Bleeding and Clotting Disorder Institute to relocate to this new location on Northmore and Knoxville, and especially with all those upgrades that we were shown in the presentation, and especially right now when the economy isn't doing so well. So we very much welcome this new development, and we want to wish them well and thank them again for the jobs and opportunities that they bring to the Peoria area. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we have any questions for Ms. Burns, the COO? And we also have Scott Rinkenberger from PJ that are with us. Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, and I also want to say this is a very exciting project and a beautiful design. It's going to look great in the neighborhood. Just a clarification on the organization, are you a for-profit or not-for-profit organization?
We are a not-for-profit. We're a 501c3 organization.
You are, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else requesting a comment here. Last call. We have a motion by Councilman Montalongo and a second by Councilmember Ali. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Graham.
Aye.
And Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
It passes unanimously, 10-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Becky and Scott. We look forward to seeing that new project develop. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Madam Clerk.
20-123 is a request to receive and file a report back on the adoption of a business registry
Becky
within the
Burns
city of Peoria.
Is now exiting.
Scott Rinkenberger.
Is now exiting.
Councilman Montalongo, did you want to make a comment on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was the one who brought forward the business registry idea for the council. I know this is probably our second, maybe even third time taking a swing at this here, but I think more than ever, we need to have a business registry right now for the purpose of helping our businesses. That's truly what the spirit is, not to get government involved in our businesses, but to truly be able to help them, not get in their way. It's important right now. I mean, we don't know important information like the number of businesses in the city of Peoria, the contact names of the businesses, which industries that they serve, et cetera. So some of the very basic things that we should know as a city so that we can help them during this period of time. I'm sure the city manager has probably, and his team have faced these challenges. Trying to get information out to them as federal government, state government, local government, county government has policy changes and amendments going on right now. And we have to get that information out to people or out to these businesses. And at the current time, while we have probably a small list of businesses, that we could surely do a lot better. And I think it would certainly help our economy get better the sooner we know this information and the sooner that we can work with our businesses. Just looking at this item on our agenda tonight, this is a request to receive and file. Is that correct? Or are we actually going to be voting on adopting a registry?
Councilman, this is a receive and file for tonight, and we'll come back with an ordinance for you in June. at the next
Alrighty.
meeting.
Okay, so I would say, as a lot of the reasons why I've stated why we should be adopting this at our next meeting, adopting this ordinance. It's really about knowing the businesses in our community and how we can help them. I have heard from a number of businesses that who are looking for grants during this period of time and or loans, and I knew that the city had these opportunities coming through the federal government. And anyways, I did send them to our economic development, but it just so happened that I had some contact with some other business owners. If I wasn't there, they may have not been able to apply for some of these grants that are available. But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file. Is there a second on that motion before we have additional comments? Seconded by Councilmember Ali. Thank you. I have Denise, Councilmember Moore, and then
That was not me.
Oh,
Sorry, that was not me,
No.
Mayor.
okay.
That was Councilwoman Moore.
Okay. Okay, sound like sisters sometimes. Councilmember Moore was the seconder, and she was first for comment. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I count it as a compliment to be considered a sister to Dr. Rita Ali. Having said that, I wanted to in addition to seconding, I really want to try to emphasize how important a registry is. I think in the past, we've gotten hung up on how much it's going to cost. But COVID-19 has showed us that well beyond what cost there might be, whether there is or isn't, we're not talking about tonight. I think we're talking about, more importantly, the fact that had we had a lot of businesses registered, in my other life, I run the Minority Business Development Center, and let me tell you, I had gotten so many calls from the state of Illinois looking for certain types of businesses, and the only ones that I could refer them to were the ones that I could think about, the ones that were already in my sphere of influence. There has been so many opportunities for funding, a lot of grants, a huge amount of grants and loans that had been coming through when this first hit, that there is no possible way to push it out as fast as it was coming in. I'm going to tell you, I had to thank Chris Setti because he was sending out information fast and furious 7 days a week, and I couldn't send it out to enough people. And so a registry would allow us to push that information forward to the businesses for them to do or not do anything they want to do with it. It is, I would recommend that staff look at a process whereby the organization can go in and register themselves. They can say whatever they want to say about their own business, but primarily getting that email address, a reliable email address and a contact name. And so when the state's calling me or the state's calling the city, looking for businesses to reach out to in a certain type of category, we can readily push that information out to businesses. So I fully support some type of business registry that would allow us to serve the businesses of this city better. Now, some have said, well, I'm part of the chamber, and why can't you get that information from the chamber? Fortunately, the chamber and many other organizations promise you that we are not going to share your information with anyone. And you don't want them to do that. You want to be able to control who receives your information. And in this case, a lot of times it's just contact information. So I'll stop it there, but say I fully support some type of registry that will allow us to serve our business communities a lot better than we're able to serve them now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I also will support an ordinance for creating a business registry for all the reasons that were cited by council members Montelongo and Moore. I don't see why we have to do it by ourselves. I don't see why we can't partner with some of the existing organizations like the EDC and some of the minority business organizations. You know, I think a committee could help to establish this registry in a quick turnaround. I like the idea about a registration process as part of that. But I think that a group comprised of key partners within the community will be helpful in providing information that is needed. And, I think a small committee could help to establish a short timeline and get this done. It's been talked about for a long time, a number of years, so it's really time, especially in our current conditions, to get it done as quickly as possible, but doing it right as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to withdraw my comment. However, I'm not terribly comfortable with this, but I'll take the time that we have before an ordinance comes before us to check it out. I'm just thinking that first we're dealing with some redundancy here. Chris Setti is putting out virtually daily information, and he becomes an information center for the area, the chamber, to a lesser extent, but it's still there. I don't know that in this time that we are trying to scrape together a budget, that we need to take on something new like this, which is actually going to take staff time. I will reserve my judgment until I speak with Councilman Montalongo and others who are in favor of this, but I'm not so sure it's not a redundancy. Beyond that, I've had a few calls from businesses and businesses that are fearful of this as the camel's nose under the tent, so to speak, to finally say back to them, well, we're spending all this money on this registry. You need to at least help us cover this, so there'll be a fee. And I know we never impose such fees, but I think that's worthwhile. So anyway, I will. This is, I guess, not withdrawing my comment, is it, Mr. Mayor? But I'm going to reserve judgment on this until I've talked with some of the council members and others in the community. Thank you.
Councilman Graham next.
Well, I hesitate to bring this up because it might appear that I'm being a bit negative, but sometimes it is helpful to know what businesses are operating in our community. Remember, folks, when the massage parlors were sprouting up almost everywhere in the city, and we didn't even have any record of these businesses? So there is a public interest in knowing what businesses operate and legitimately operate in the community, and I believe this will help promote that type of work as well, which I think needs to be done. So, and I think for the reasons that Councilman Montalongo and Councilor Ali have pointed out, it's very positive as well. Get good information out to businesses, especially in this environment when businesses need our help. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional requests for comment. So this is a receive and file with an actual action item to come back to us next month. We have a motion by Councilman Montalongo, seconded by Councilmember Moore. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Graham?
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 10-0. 20-124 is a communication from the mayor and city manager regarding outdoor dining at bars and restaurants.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll start this one off and then hand it over to the city manager. As we all know, the governor acquiesced to starting the next phase of getting our state back to a place where we can all work. And he moved up the timeline for bars and restaurants who originally were not going to be able to begin temporary and partial limited service until July to actually begin this Friday, May 29th. And so I know a lot of our bars and restaurants were happy to hear that. They'd certainly like to see an environment where they could use their inside as well as their outside. But at least for right now, we're gonna take what's put out there and hopefully continue to impress upon the governor the need as things stay safe to expedite this next phase so we can continue to get our businesses open. In that vein, our staff, the manager and staff, in conjunction with the health department and our friends at Peoria County, put these temporary outdoor restaurant and bar space protocols together ahead of when they even came out of the state. Some of you may know that when we put the Heart of Illinois implementation plan out there, that came with a whole file full of different businesses and protocols that would be used to safely open all of those businesses. And these happened well ahead of any type of information that came from the state as far as offering guidelines for this expansion that came more than a month ahead of time. So in some cases, we've all heard about some of the hours that were proposed were different than what the state put out. There was a couple other relatively minor things that were in the state that either were or were not in our plan. So the intention was to bring this information to us tonight as we had a meeting scheduled. We got this on the agenda to provide some feedback so we can actually formalize how we want to do this. We're free to be more restrictive than the governor's guidelines. We do need to maintain within those guidelines. So there is room for movement here. I think the important thing for the community to understand is I know that the city council joins me in wanting to do everything we can to start getting the businesses back open. We want to do that with as relatively small amount of pain as possible to help you get there. We know that you are the most highly regulated business out there, and you know how to run safe, sanitary bars and restaurants. So we're working very closely with Monica Hendrickson and her team over at the health department to make this work. We're also very hopeful that as we progress into the next week or two, our numbers stay low, we don't have any problems with the surge in this area, and that the governor allows people with liquor licenses to take the next step into getting their businesses further open. So with that said, we're putting these things together to be as friendly as we can. We also need to realize that in some of these locations, some of these bars and restaurants are adjoining or in some cases in an actual neighborhood. So we're trying to be responsible to those folks too, but also to be as lenient as possible for those that may have limited opportunities for space to put outdoor tables if they're able to work with their landlords to put spaces on private property, or if they have sidewalk space adjacent to their properties that are on city property, that we can be as helpful as possible to allow them to set up spaces on the public right of way and not prohibit passage on the sidewalk. So that's the reason why originally some of our timelines came out that were more restrictive than what eventually came out from the governor's office. But that's why we're here tonight, so we can have a discussion on if we want to modify those. Mr. Manager, if you want to take it from there.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you mentioned, we came out with guidance last week that really outlined 3 specific areas, and we called them performance standards because we're in a unique phase where the governor has encouraged the use of outdoor seating and outdoor dining during this period of time as the weather is getting nicer to allow people to go outside, but treating it really as somewhat of a temporary extension of their indoor dining space at this point in time. So what we were looking to do is to be as flexible as possible to allow the creativity of our restaurant owners and our bar owners and tavern owners to come to the forefront and allow them to use their minds in terms of being creative with how they may be able to open up for outdoor dining. So the first was that we defined the space on those private property pieces. Then we talked about areas of the sidewalks, or if somebody was actually looking at trying to utilize an entire city street. What we really laid out from the city's perspective and the county's perspective in working with them as well was making sure that we were following all of the state COVID-19 guidance. That would be the first thing that we would do, and then we would move from there to not block fire lanes, not block handicap spaces, really avoid creating conflict points between pedestrians and vehicles, that we would look at creating a visual boundary between outside and the seating area that was used outside, whether they did that with planters or even caution tape, but however they could do that to create that kind of boundary. And then we did talk about restricting the hours of operation to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. We then had contacts that we identified both at in the Public Works Department if people wanted to use the public spaces near their building or near their business, or reaching out to the Community Development Department if they were really looking at trying to do something within their private spaces and they had any questions about that. So then over the weekend, the governor came out with his guidance and the guidance for the state. And we really do continue to stand by our statement of advising the businesses to follow the state's guidance. And really what we are now doing is trying to clarify and amplify rather than altering the guidance that's coming from the state. So in that regard, the state, as we had structured within our performance standards, had really set out that really outdoor tables need to be 6 or fewer in size, and they need to have 6-foot spacing. They have very detailed information about health and cleaning and operational guidelines for both employees, employers, and their customer interactions. The other piece that we have that was a little different is that the governor's guidance, the state's guidance, does permit live music. And what we stated and what I stated today at our media briefing is that really in discussions with the health department, they would still discourage live music and other entertainment because of the concern about breaking down that social distancing right now. Again, looking at this as the temporary extension of their dining spaces, if you're extending your restaurant and the rules you follow indoors, outdoors, that means that you're following the Smoke-Free Illinois Act. If you're a beer garden and you do allow the consumption of tobacco in those areas, that you would follow those same rules as well. So really, I think that the points that we have that are still kind of outstanding are the issues of live music and the issues of the hours of operation, and that we would really appreciate some guidance from the council on the direction you'd like us to go with that. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have Councilman Kelly first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't Councilman Grabe first?
That was on the previous item.
Okay.
I'll chair if you want me to.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Mr. Manager, I had one constituent who was a little upset about some of this, and I just want to, just for clarity, do we charge a $3,000 fee for people to have either an outdoor license or a sidewalk license in our city?
We do. In this instance, we're not charging anyone, and we have stated these are performance standards to allow people to open up with no fees at this point in time. We did come up with sidewalk cafe guidelines for people to build their sidewalk cafes, that we waived the fee if they did that. So there are some sidewalk cafes throughout the city that have built to our standards, and the fee was waived in those instances as well.
Thank you, and I'm happy to hear that even though we have the fee, we're going to waive it in this emergency for those folks who are typically indoors only. So thank you for that, Mr. Manager. And also, as far as guidance is concerned, I don't know how useful this is, but it seems to me that it really depends upon the circumstances. Depends upon the street or the sidewalk or how close the neighbors are or whatever. I don't know that we can make a blanket rule on this, but I think we should say that live music will be permitted upon review, that it isn't automatic. And then we can have a look. I think it would be too difficult. It might be too difficult to make some sort of blanket set of rules that would really cover all these situations. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I would commend you, city manager and staff and the health department, for putting these together so quickly. It was announced, and then I think these were published by Friday afternoon. So thank you very much. And I'm very supportive of everything that you've discussed and included. The sooner we can get people outside and frequenting our restaurants again in a safe way, hopefully the sooner we can get our economy back up and growing. One question then, Patrick, I think you said, are these requirements will include that the tables must only include 6 or fewer guests in size, like the state is recommending? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, based on Councilman Kelly's comment, my understanding from your presentation is that at this point, our guidelines will not allow live music, because that's what the health department is recommending because of the danger of it encouraging people not to social distance.
The way we stated it today was that while the state will allow it, we would discourage it.
Okay, and so I guess for clear, what does that mean?
That means that just that if asked, we would discourage this. But the state does permit it, and okay. As long as there's precautions in place. It's a policy question for the council here too. If the council wants to say yay or nay on the matter of live music, we would be more than happy to take that and build that in. Being stricter than the state's guidance allows you to do so, but But again, I think what we're trying to balance here during this 4-week period is trying to balance the public health risks with the challenge of reopening back up the economy and allowing our restaurateurs and bar owners to open back up.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess for what it's worth, I support strongly discouraging live music, at least for this initial phase, and see how this works. If the health department believes it'll have an impact on people acting responsibly and keeping socially distant. So I guess for what it's worth, that's where I stand. I think the recommendation to just say that the city and the health department strongly discourage it is good. So again, thank you for doing this. And I don't think I have anything else. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I had Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I do have a couple of questions. What does the state outline as the hours of operation?
So, thanks, Councilwoman. That's a great question. The state does not. They leave that as a local issue to determine. And again, that's one of the pieces here that we want some feedback from council on. What is the hours of operation that you would like to see businesses operate in during this interim period of time?
Okay, so I guess that question is coupled with this next question about live music outside. I see that we, on the information that you indicated, it has a draft across it that the Health Department and City of Peoria created prior to the state coming out with their requirements. You are permitting tents without sides per approval by the Peoria Fire Department. What are you expecting those tents would be used for?
Well, again, it's the covering for people that are eating outside that would protect patrons from the elements.
Okay. And so I guess all of this comes back to there are some businesses that currently have outdoor dining facilities already set up, and maybe they're pushing the tables further apart to maintain social distancing. And some of these businesses who have outdoor eating already established also have a live entertainment area. And I've been watching a lot of the COVID-19 information coming out of the Health Department of the CDC. And what we are being told now is that being outdoors is better than being indoors, whereas the spread of COVID-19 is concerned. And so I'm trying to get a better handle on the opportunity for a live band outdoors in a socially distant manner, because I don't think we're doing our businesses a service by saying that that we strongly discourage it. So I'm kind of sometimes wanting to say yes or no about something, or want something in black and white. And so can you tell me if a business that has an established exterior eating location that has socially distanced, that elects to have a live band, which is allowed by the state, which means they won't lose their liquor license because the state says it's okay. When you say we discourage it, are you saying that we will fine them, we will shut them down, we will make them stop? Or are you saying, well, the state says you can do it and we won't like it, but okay? So I think we deserve these businesses to get a more direct answer to that question.
Councilwoman, the health department does not want live music at this point in time, in conversations with Monica Hendrickson, but they understand that at this point in time, the state is allowing it. And so it really is a policy decision for this board, this council to make about what you'd like to do with live music.
Okay. So I would like for the council members at the appropriate time, Mayor, to take up the question as to what the concern. I wish someone from the health department was here. They do a phenomenal job over there. Monica Hendrickson does a wonderful job, but I really need to have better understanding. If the concern is that people will get up and start dancing and then they're dancing close, or is it because maybe they're sitting too close to the band, or I can't figure it out what the concern is there. I mean, I get COVID-19, I get social distancing, I get wearing masks, all of those things, but being outdoors with a band, you know, and I'm going to lean on one business that I drive by all the time on the weekends and listen to, and that's Martinis on Water. And yes, it happens to be in my district, and there are many times when I've driven by and just idled in my car and just listened to the band and didn't get out. So I think I need more understanding why the health department thinks a live outdoor band socially distant from the tables would be of a greater concern than the state health department would. Thank you.
I might offer, Councilmember Moore, I might offer just for everyone's consideration that, you know, one way that we may be able to address this, at least in the short term, I mean, we can always tweak this a little bit. I mean, I'm really optimistic that we're going to keep our COVID positives at a very low number, and we're not going to see any type of a surge that's going to impact our hospitals, and that we can get into the next stage pretty quickly. But one way that we might be able to alleviate things, at least here at the beginning, is in the city of Peoria, if you have live music in your establishment, you have to have a specific subclass to have live music. So perhaps as it is right now, we would allow any of the locations that currently have live music to have live music. And then my assumption is a lot of the other places that are making adjustments to their business model to provide outdoor seating, they're going to want to have some type of probably have some type of music for ambiance, you know, especially ones that are located in higher commercial areas where there's going to be traffic close to them. So I don't think we need to get real stuck on this. I'm assuming that, yeah, and I'm assuming that the health department's concern is that it turns into more of a party atmosphere than a dining atmosphere, because I think that that really is the intent of this smaller opening, is that it's everything's kind of ratcheted down a little bit, and eventually we'll be able to get up to that place. That may be something that the rest of the council wants to consider, at least at the beginning. And you know, we have other people in queue here. I just wanted to toss that out in terms of you know, rather than everybody in the city all of a sudden wanting to have live music outside their bar and restaurant this weekend. It would be the ones that already are licensed to do that, and then see how it goes from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly where I was going, because you've got, you know, even Kelleher's has people outdoors, and they're already licensed to do those things. Mm-hmm. And before we get it too buried, if we can remember to come back and revisit the hours of operation, because I think 9 o'clock on the weekdays and 10 o'clock on the weekends is really limiting. And we maybe can increase that a couple of hours on the later side at least. Thank you.
You're welcome. The two areas that I think that we're looking for is the hours of operations and the live music portion. We had Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I just have to defer to the health department in terms of, you know, understanding all the concerns related to live music. I don't understand them either, Councilwoman Moore, but I have to believe that there has to be, you know, some association with all that energy, you know, in terms of the voices and the band. And, you know, I assume that there's something associated with a health concern there. So I just have to defer to them. But I have a question about DJ music being outdoors to the city manager, and whether there's been any discussion of having, you know, other types of music other than live music outdoors. I think everyone has done just a fantastic job at putting together the details in a really quick fashion. I like the idea of the 9 o'clock during the week and 10 o'clock on the weekends. I think it's very conservative, but I think our conservative approach has done us really well so far in terms of keeping cases down and not being, the spike area like other areas. I would like for us to remain conservative and keep our cases down so that our businesses can open and stay open much longer. I do have a question about the DJ to the city manager, as well as a question that I also want to say, whatever we do, let's not do it on a case-by-case basis. Let's be consistent so that one group doesn't feel that we're being unfair, and favoring another group. But I have another question, City Manager, on that House Bill 2682 that talks about being able to pick up mixed drinks by curbside and taking them away. Some citizens have expressed concern. So if you could speak to the outdoor DJ as well as the mixed drinks House Bill. And then the last thing is, what are you looking for us to vote on tonight? Thank you.
Okay, so there's three questions here. The first, with regards to DJs, I'm going to actually have to defer that to our Corporation Counsel to see if she has any guidance from the liquor subclass for live music, if DJs are defined in there. Second, as far as the House bill allowing the sale of mixed drinks, that has been passed by both houses and is eventually, the way it sounded today, from the governor's own comments, like he's going to sign that bill into law. So that will be, that's really a state action at this point in time. And then what are we asking? Tonight we're asking you for guidance really on these two specific issues, the hours and live music, just to get an indication of what we can then do to provide final guidance to all of our restaurant owners and bar owners throughout the city that are anxious to get back open, hopefully this Friday.
Okay, well, thank you. If Corporation Counsel can respond regarding either a DJ or some type of, music that comes from a music system outdoors, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I will say that Chapter 3 of the Liquor Code does define live entertainment to include any music, singing, dancing, or it does include a DJ. Karaoke is the only thing that is called out separately from that. So music that is just sort of piped in through the speakers wouldn't be included, but any other live entertainment does fall within what we've been discussing and what liquor license holders in a normal licensing year do have to obtain a license for.
Okay, I appreciate that. So DJ would go along with live music, but piped in music from a system would be permissible.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I had Councilman Regenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the dialogue here, and I think we're all just really anxious to do what we can to help our restaurants and bars to take this first step. As we look at the live music portion of it, I think there's a reason why in the past we've made that part of the site approval or a special use if you're in a shopping center or whatnot. I think just thinking of the times when I've had an establishment in my district come forward and want that outdoor music, the neighbors definitely want to weigh in on it. So I think, Mayor, your idea about using initially the idea of what the license is currently and if they're allowed to have live music inside, that could be a natural extension. I guess my one caveat to that would be that, or maybe this is more of a question at this point, Mr. Manager, perhaps to you, these allowances that we're giving for the sidewalk cafes, these have a sunset, do they not? This is not opening things up on
That's
an
correct.
ongoing basis.
Yes, Councilman, this is only for this period that we're moving into, this phase 3 period that we're moving into under the Restore Illinois plan.
So if it's possible that we could, if we were going to be more generous, perhaps we would allow outdoor music now, but when it goes back to phase 4, if that wasn't what they were permitted for previously, they would resort back to their previous classification. Is that correct?
I think looking at the Restore Illinois plan, there may still be restrictions once we move into phase 4, but you start to move back into having indoor occupancy at the restaurants. So I would think you're correct that we would be able to structure it that way. And if that's the direction council wants us to go in, we can certainly make that happen.
Because if we're doing this as an accommodation to help jumpstart things and get people back into the restaurants and bars, I think that's a different conversation from my perspective, at least, as to whether or not this is going to have some long-term ramifications. So that would be my first takeaway, is that allowing this as we go through the Restore Illinois would be a very prudent and worthwhile thing. But let's make sure that at some point that we do restore normalcy, and I say that with a smile on my face, whatever normalcy means at that point. So I know that's a little bit vague, but that's my thoughts at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Montalongo next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a lot of great comments made here on this so far. I guess my way of kind of looking at it, we have the restaurants / bars that are in the neighborhood. We have them in what I would call like the large mall area, like Westlake Shopping Center or Northwoods Mall, and downtown type of locations. For the weekday, for neighborhoods, actually, I'm probably not in favor of in the neighborhood to have live music in the neighborhoods during a weekday. As far as weekday goes, at a large mall area up until 10 o'clock. Downtown, and I know the downtown has a lot more housing than what it used to, so we have to be aware of those residents that live there too. But so I'm kind of leaning towards whatever the license is currently there for those locations. Then we get to the weekend for the neighborhoods, maybe till 9 o'clock. The large mall areas, 10 o'clock. Downtown, and once again, downtown weekend, kind of where the licenses are currently, whatever they may be.
Okay. Are finished, Councilman?
Yes, I'm finished up. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I think one of the potential issues we have on the live music side is just the trying to regulate that. People that have never had it before, I think the easiest way to probably get around that, at least in the short term, is if they're currently licensed for that, they can continue to do so. I mean, that's just my thought on it, because if not, it opens up a huge Pandora's box of, if you use Councilmember Montalongo's analogy of some of the bar restaurants that are in close proximity to residential versus either downtown or out in the commercial area. But I'm I'm not thinking of too many places in the commercial area that have it, whereas downtown, a couple places that were mentioned previously in this discussion were Martini's and Kelleher's, which both do. I do think that, again, if we go back and look at current licenses, we have folks that are just open up until 1 o'clock during the week, and some have a 2 a.m. and then others have a 4 a.m. So I don't think we're probably looking at allowing everybody to stay open until 4 a.m. But perhaps a 9 a.m. to the original note that came out was 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays. So maybe we would entertain. We can say 7 a.m. I don't think too many people are probably going to be doing that. So I don't think the opening part is as important as the closing part. So I think if we get a motion on the bars that are currently licensed to be open until 1 or 2 a.m., establish what that time should be on weekdays, which I would consider Sunday through Wednesday, maybe Sunday to Wednesday, and then have a separate later time for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm just tossing that out there because we could literally squeeze this discussion to death. Whereas if we at least set some parameters that are fair to get started, and if we need to modify them a little bit, we can. So does someone want to put a motion out there in terms of, why don't we start with the weeknights, that if we can agree that would be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll see what the temperature of the council is, and then we'll work on a weekend time schedule. And keep in mind, we may need to set a little bit later time for the downtown bars and restaurants that have a license that they pay a lot more for, that allows them to stay open until 4 a.m. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To your last point regarding the downtown restaurants, and well, let me rephrase that, specifically to the riverfront restaurants that have longer licenses. No, we are nowhere near trying to get back to business as usual because we're not ready for that yet. But I can appreciate having at least a 1 a.m. license on the weekend for the riverfront areas, and maybe midnight during the week for the riverfront areas. And I would like to go back to what Councilman Montalongo had some great ideas about the neighborhoods. He had them broken down between neighborhoods and big box store areas and then the riverfront. And so the times that he had offered, I think would have been acceptable for areas outside of the riverfront. Because if you have a neighborhood bar or tavern, you don't want a lot of live music out there, or loud music for that matter, late past 10 o'clock as far as I'm concerned. So I would want to, if he could reiterate what those times were for perhaps us to consider, or if someone else would like to offer a different time for areas outside of the riverfront. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I had Councilwoman Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, I guess, for either Corporation Council or the city manager. Right now, if a liquor license holder has an outdoor sidewalk cafe permit also, they're not currently allowed to stay open. Aren't there restrictions on the time for if they have an outdoor permit? I understand it's not till they're not allowed to be open until 4 a.m. are they, or 1 a.m.?
Councilwoman correct that if they have the supplemental license, the outdoor live entertainment does have to end at an earlier time. If you give me a second, I can find you exactly what that time is.
Okay, that'd be great. Because while Corporation Council is looking for that time, I'm of the opinion, and I don't think if we extend the hours beyond what the health department's recommended, I don't think it should be beyond what we currently allow for those that do have outdoor permits. I don't think it should be more than what we spent a lot of time studying those, doing policy sessions, getting public input, input from neighbors and bar owners when we developed the time requirement for the sidewalk cafe permits. So I don't think we should, I question not going beyond that, even especially because it's just, we think a temporary time frame, probably 4 weeks or less.
Council Peterson.
I'm trying to find the live entertainment code section, and some of their plan of operations may have additional time restrictions that I wouldn't have access to at the moment.
But do you know what isn't there a general time limit, I thought?
I am looking for it. I don't know it off the top of my head.
So I think the key to this one is that it would not be later than that.
Okay.
If they're licensed to have, I can't recall anybody having an outdoor music license that would go past 11 o'clock on the weekend.
And that, and that's my memory of what we had adopted as well. So I guess while Corporation Council's looking, I would recommend that we don't go beyond that time limit is. And I don't know if you want to move on and wait, and then if Corporation Council finds it, she can provide that to us. I'm okay with that, to keep the meeting.
Right. So why don't we work while she's looking, while Council Peterson's looking at that? Why don't we try to nail the times down? And I think the discussion was neighborhood. Neighborhood was one category. Commercial mall areas were a second category, and then downtown riverfront was the third. I think if we kept it in those three categories, we wouldn't get too far into the weeds here. So do we want to look at the I don't know how to say, look at the easy one first, but I'm not sure which one of those is easy. Probably the downtown riverfront. And I do think that, again, that we need to give some consideration to the bars that, the downtown bars and restaurants many times don't get busier till a little bit later in the evening. That's just the nature of the downtown riverfront area. And they have, since they have a later license, they also pay considerably more money for that license. So I just think for the downtown and riverfront areas, that we should consider a little bit later closing time, especially on the weekends.
Are you suggesting like 1 a.m. as Councilwoman Moore proposed a little while ago?
I think it needs to be later than the closing time would be in the certainly in the neighborhood areas and potentially in the commercial the commercial quarters. And everybody keep in mind, hopefully this is for less than 4 weeks. This isn't something that we're going to deal with for a long time, we hope. But if somebody's prepared to make a motion just to keep things rolling here, I think we're ready to move along. Councilwoman Ali.
Thank you, Mayor. I was concerned about mixing a motion with whether we approve live music or who we approve it for with the days and times, because it just seems like we may get more agreement. Some may agree with the live music issue and not necessarily agree with the days and times. So I wanted to move that we allow live entertainment only by those businesses that hold a current license for live music during this phase of reopening.
I'm showing a second to that motion by Councilmember Ruckriegel. And so anybody have discussion on that particular motion? Okay. I'm seeing none. Last call. So this is just a motion regarding the live music would only be available to those who currently have a subclass that would permit live music. So they're already licensed to have live music, and then they'll be under they'll also be under whatever the timeline restrictions are once we get to those. That's the motion and second. Okay. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Graham.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
And Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 10-0.
Okay. Thank you for that motion and the second. Now we would address the hours of operation. Anybody want to take a swing at that? Councilman Sear, do you have a comment?
That was before the last motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Moore?
So since we don't know exactly what the hours are limited to, I would like to move that the limitation on the outdoor hours for the riverfront areas be maintained during this time. I believe I had Liquor Clerk Trina Bond on the phone, and she's emailing me something now, but she seemed to confirm what Councilwoman Jensen was indicating, that those beer gardens and sidewalk cafes have an earlier time than 1 a.m. I would not want to allow them beyond the current time that they already are licensed for. But Clerk Bonds seems to think that it is earlier than 1 a.m. So I would move that time be maintained for the riverfront bars. And for those in the community, unless one of the district council members object, then those in the communities would be, in the neighborhoods, I should say, apart from the mall, keep the times that are currently listed in your communication from the health department and the city. And I believe Councilmember Montalongo had a suggestion for the mall areas, those 3 buckets. What the time that he mentioned would be added to my motion for that area. Now pull all that together, Mr. Mayor, as a motion.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you clarified the times, I think, and then we can do the motions.
Sure. I haven't received the communication back from Clerk Bond yet, but the motion for the downtown riverfront would be limited to midnight or whatever the earlier licensed time is. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you, but I don't have that in front of me. But she was sure that it was earlier than 1 a.m.
But that's just for the live music, right? That's not correct.
We're talking about the hours of operations. Isn't that correct?
We are.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm trying to understand where midnight comes in, or 1 o'clock.
The hours of operation as licensed currently for beer gardens or sidewalk cafes is either 11 p.m. as Council Jensen mentioned, or midnight. Okay. And we don't know yet because we're waiting for Corporation Council to tell us what those are. Okay. And so rather than usurping whatever the rules are, I'm only suggesting that whatever the rules are, that we maintain the rules. Okay. I wish I could tell you what that time is, Mayor, but I don't know.
So we're just saying they keep the same hours as they have now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That would be my...
Is there a second for that motion, Councilmember Jensen? I see a second. Was that for that motion?
Yes,
okay.
I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the downtown riverfront. So the times would be whatever the time is, and Corporation Council may have that for us, that we allow sidewalk outdoor cafes, sidewalk seating outdoors to be open. Did I state that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Moore, seconded by Councilmember Jensen. Now we'll have discussion on this item. Councilman Graham.
Mayor Artis, one of the powers that you have is that of being the liquor commissioner, and I guess I'm somewhat queasy about some of the decisions that are being made on the fly here. I would have liked to have seen more recommendation from you coming to us, since you occupied the status of being our liquor commissioner. And it seems that it's getting very, very complicated here. Whether they can be open with live music until 2 in the morning, but without food, or with food and everything else. I think this is no way to do this. So I just would like to see you weigh in on this, and maybe to have brought something forward here, because to me there is a lot of unanswered questions with what we're being asked to approve. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. So we specifically, the manager and I talked about this when the governor made the announcement last week, and specifically asked to put this on the agenda just because we do want to get the council's feedback on it. We all represent all areas of the city. And so I do think it's important to have these discussions. And I also think it's important for our business community to know that, we're not trying to make this harder for them. We're trying to accommodate what they need to do just to start the engine back up. So, I appreciate Councilman Graham's comments. I mean, sometimes I do try to simplify things down too far before we try to, break the whole thing down and rebuild it. I don't think it would be terribly wrong to allow all businesses to remain where their current licensing is.
And Mayor Artis, I think you're the only person on the council who has extensive experience in the restaurant bar industry. So I really want to hear, your thoughts on it, and that's the way I'm going to vote.
Well, thank you. And again, I can make recommendations. I can't make motions. But if you think about this, people that are already licensed, they're going to have to work within that licensing frame. even after we get past this little 2 or 3, maybe at the most 4-week bump in the road here. So if we just allow everybody to operate under their current license times, and those that are going to be outside, they're moving operations outside that didn't previously have them outside, would just have to be sensitive to our concern with, in this case, live music. But if you think about it, somebody could have recorded music turned up real loud. So we probably just need to narrow that down. But I can't think of anyone that would be advantaged or disadvantaged by working within their already granted licensing boundaries.
So would bars which do not serve food, would they be allowed to be open then?
The governor made no specific to that. It was just that it would be outdoors. But there was no specific as to whether they served food or not.
This is kind of an interesting discussion tonight, because I find us being stricter in some respects than what's come out of Springfield and Governor Pritzker. So that's why I think maybe some more guidance and thought might go into this. But I do think whatever motion comes forward, it should be something you're comfortable with, since you are the liquor commissioner. So I won't support any motion unless you say that it's something that you can endorse.
Okay. I think I have Councilmember Ali next.
Yes, I just have a concern about, I think we need to send a message, support our businesses, but it's not business as usual. And so, to support the same time period versus a more conservative time period, as was earlier suggested, and working with the health department, I think would not serve us as well, and in my opinion sends the wrong message. We definitely want to get our businesses fully open, but we also don't want further drain on, we're talking about reducing public safety positions, and we're talking about keeping bars open as late as usual. I just think that there's some mixed messaging going on here during the time of this pandemic, and that it is not business as usual. So I would like an earlier time, with all due respect. I just can't support the regular time period during this particular phase that we're this is progress. We're moving to the next phase, and so we don't want to do it too fast and too late. So I would prefer a more conservative approach. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Maybe we could look at again. I threw that out there. There's problems with it. There's pros to it. How about if we looked at? I think if we look at Sunday through Wednesday as one block of, we will consider weeknights, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then consider the weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if we could agree on that, at least in a way to look at the breakdown in hours. If we looked at, I think we agreed on the neighborhoods, commercial areas, and then downtown riverfront as the three different areas. So perhaps we could look at, in the neighborhoods, go 10 o'clock on the weeknights, Sunday through Wednesday. And nothing says they have to stay open that late. Obviously, they can close early. So neighborhoods, 10 o'clock on Sunday through Wednesday, and then 11 o'clock on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. In the commercials areas, it would be 11 o'clock. They get an extra hour on weeknights and an extra hour on weekends. So we're looking at neighborhoods, 10 o'clock closing time weeknight, 11 o'clock closing time weekend. Commercial, 11 o'clock closing time, midnight on the weekend. And then for downtown Riverfront, midnight weeknights and 1 o'clock on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Just to try to move the conversation along. I have Councilman Grab so moved, and seconded by Councilman Riggenbach. So discussion on that. I can repeat it for the clerk again just to make sure that we have it right. So we're looking at neighborhoods 10 o'clock on weeknights, 11 o'clock on weekends, commercial areas 11 o'clock on weeknights, midnight on weekends, and downtown Riverfront midnight on weeknights, 1 a.m. on weekends. Councilman Graham seconded Councilmember Riggenbach. Councilmember Moore has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the suggestion, the offering. I can support that. Many of the bars and taverns in the first district, some of them, a lot of them have 4 a.m. licenses. Many of them have 2 a.m. licenses. And so to back everybody up to 1 o'clock is definitely not business as usual. It will allow them to try to recoup some of their the funds that they are losing through the closure, the appropriate closure. So I can support your suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And the other thing that I think it's important to keep in mind is that, again, I don't think the intention of this first phase of the opening is to get us back into I think in all honesty, the bars and restaurants downtown that are open until 1, 2, or 4 a.m. are more of a club. And that's not what we're trying to accomplish here. We're not, unfortunately, we're not ready to go back to that club type atmosphere. Again, it's the bar restaurant thing, and it's probably not going to be extremely exciting for those folks, but the reality is that clubs can't open back up at this point anyway. So we have a motion and a second. Would anybody else like to comment on this before we call the roll call? Okay. I'm not seeing anyone in the chat, and I want to make sure everybody has a chance to weigh in. Councilman Sear, did you want to wait a moment, or is that a comment?
No, it's a typo.
Okay.
Just want to make sure your motion is just for 30 days until June 30th. Is that correct?
Council Peterson, I don't remember if the communication actually had a timeline. I assumed it was going to be while we're still in this phase, so it would be until we moved into the next phase.
I believe that was the intent, Mayor. Yes.
Okay.
And that would be the governor's decision.
On liquor licenses, it would be.
Thank you.
Okay, I had Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can go along with all of it. My only little concern is about the neighborhoods from it being 10 o'clock as far as like live music outside goes. And I think more appropriately might be 9. However, I don't have that many. I would where I categorize the neighborhood type bar. But I think maybe 9 o'clock might be more appropriate. In the event, I'm willing to go along with 10, but in the event that we get a number of calls that we might want to consider moving that one back in the neighborhood. But I really believe, yes, we are at kind of unusual times right now. And certainly this gives the restaurants a chance, restaurant owners a chance to recoup some money by, doing the best that they can right now, thinking that they're thinking the music can bring them in some more business at the time, giving them more hours to operate. Certainly they get a chance to make up maybe some of the loss that they've made over the past couple months. So, but yeah, I'm willing to support it. Just we have to change this back to 9 o'clock. That's the only one that we need to be looking out for. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional comments right now. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Aye.
Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, 10-0.
So I think the only thing, the other thing that the manager wanted us to address was the live music. So did we want to, at least for starters, just only consider the establishments that are currently licensed to have outdoor live music? Councilmember Ali.
Mayor, I thought we voted on that. I made the motion and we got a second and we voted that in.
We did. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Ali. This probably saved us a half an hour's worth of time here. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Manager, does that give you what you needed?
That is great. Thank you very much, Council, for providing the guidance. We will put all of this together in a packet and make sure that it gets up on the web pronto.
Okay. I'm showing Councilmember Grab has a comment, please.
Well, undoubtedly, there will be some questions as it relates to the frame that we've just established, and I'm all in favor of letting you make any elaborations on the parameters that we've provided as Liquor Commissioner, Mayor Ardis, because I know that we haven't covered all the bases and all the questions, but we have started to create a good framework here, and I'm very comfortable letting you answer any of the questions that come up instead of bringing this thing back to us ad nauseum.
Thank you, Councilman. The other thing I think we need to state publicly is that, especially in this challenging time, the last thing that we're even not thinking about doing, but what we're not trying to do is put more pressure on law enforcement to be running around to a lot of places trying to ask them to turn their music down or, to keep the people that are on the sidewalk that normally wouldn't be on the sidewalk quiet. So we're really going to be appealing to the bars and restaurants that do such a great job in our community to please keep in mind that, especially in some areas that are butting up to a neighborhood or any type of residential area, that they keep those folks in consideration so this can go smoothly, and that we can just allow everybody to get started back up without creating a lot of additional calls for our police department, which is definitely what we don't need at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Ardis.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we're at 20-125, and it's a communication from the city manager with a request to approve the recommended 2020 to 2021 budget restructuring as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just apologize there. I had to unmute myself. Thank you. What we wanted to do this evening was to provide you some additional information after we took into consideration the council's guidance to us to reduce the operating budget by $10 million. So what we'd like to do this evening is to walk through those changes and then present them for you for your feedback to see if we're on the right track or see what modifications you'd like us to make as we move ahead with this item. So moving on, just a quick note on the economic news. The Atlanta Fed, the Federal Reserve Bank out of Atlanta, is estimating that real gross domestic product growth in the second quarter is going to shrink by 41.9%. That's as of May 19th. That's their estimate. The chart that you see here on your left is the unemployment rate inside the state of Illinois and as well nationwide. You can see that we in the month of April went from 4.2% unemployment in Illinois up to 16.4%. That's a 390% increase. Across the country, 43 states are seeing that unemployment is at record highs, and Illinois has lost 762,000 jobs in just the last month. We have the 7th highest unemployment rate of any state in the nation. On May 12th, Council offered us and provided us with some guidance as we looked at the 4 levers of response that we're working on for the development of a restructured budget. Those include revenue, capital, borrowing, and operations. So a quick summary. On the revenue side, we've got some at least a little bit of good news to report that some of the revised revenue estimates from the Municipal League and the fact that we're starting to see the economy opening back up here in June rather than July allows us to move our revenue estimates a little bit. We also have some new state revenue that's coming in from the capital bill of $1.3 million currently for road projects. On the capital side, we have cut $27.3 million in capital expenses in the year and an additional $10 million in 2021. As we put this budget package together, we are looking at borrowing $20 million for working cash and working capital, and then restructuring $10.25 million of existing debt. And then lastly, on the operating side, the recommendations here include 94 positions to be slated for elimination, which would, in a full fiscal year of 2021, amount to $10 million in operating cuts. So on the revenue side, recently the Illinois Municipal League sent out some revenue estimates for us that revised the state revenues upward. The state budget also sweeps some of the personal property replacement tax revenue from us, which is unfortunate. So looking at this, we're seeing that overall, our federal sources are up due to some of the coronavirus relief funding, or CARES Act funding that's coming in. We've modified our home rule sales taxes up a little bit, up slightly. State sales taxes, we've adjusted those upward. We're estimating that income taxes is going to be a little bit higher than our first projection, just based upon what the Municipal League has stated. And then while we are anticipating that our state motor fuel tax and our local motor fuel tax revenues are going to be down as less people have been driving for the last couple of months, as part of the state capital bill, they did provide us with some additional funding that is a specific grant out of the capital bill for road projects. So that's $1.3 million of new revenue that we're going to realize this year, and then we should see it next year and the year after. And that has to be used specifically for road projects. So that's where we are on the revenue side. As we look at the capital expense reductions, taking into consideration the $26.7 million of reductions that the council had approved, we did increase that by adding a couple of additional items. There was the suspension of Fire Station 16 allows us to cut an additional $400,000 out of the capital bill, or our capital budget, excuse me. And then also with the one TAC deck purchase as part of the OSF headquarters project, we have been in discussions with Caterpillar. They have agreed to waive that payment for 2020, which was $400,000, and that allows us to shift that It would be $500,000 beginning in 2021 through 2024. So we'll shift that, and there'll be an adjustment that'll be made there, but does provide us a little bit of cash flow relief in 2020. The other thing that we looked at is how do we make sure that we restore those capital road funding projects in 2021, which is why the number is a little bit higher than our previous budget estimate, so that we can put those major road projects back into the capital budget beginning in 2021. And that would be Sheridan Road, Glen Avenue, Western Avenue, the north side of the MacArthur Bridge, and the Nebraska corridor project in front from Nebraska from Knoxville to Wisconsin is the section that we're talking about there. This weekend, the second year of the state's capital bill came out, and the state adopted as part of their budget package a number of projects that will be inside of the county of Peoria. And there are more than $106 million of capital projects within Peoria County. And the rollout of this funding won't be this year, most likely. The governor still has to sign the bill. He'll still have to then work with the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity to figure out how they're going to move this money out the door. But it will likely be that we'll see this money starting to roll in our calendar year 2021, which will be the second half of the state's fiscal year 2021. But just a quick snapshot of those projects. Springdale Cemetery is looking at just under $400,000 of additional revenue, or just over, over $400,000 of additional revenue in two projects. The East Bluff Community Center has $850,000 in two projects, $600,000 of which will be passed through the city of Peoria. There's $3 million for Pioneer Parkway, for improvements on Pioneer Parkway. There's $5 million for a Southside Firehouse and Community Center. The county has been the recipient of $6 million for Lake Street and Gale Avenue in districts 2 and 3, or I guess Lake Street is in 3 and Gale is in 2, respectively. $15 million for the riverfront development. $25 million for Main Street from OSF up to the Bradley Conversion Center, and then $25 million for capital improvements at the Peoria Civic Center. So those are additional capital items that we have. Of these, I think that the only item where we actually have dollars that we have budgeted right now would be the Firehouse 4 in the South Side. And I think that's $2.5 million there. So the borrowing, as we move into the third lever, as we mentioned, we had $20 million of new borrowing, issuing a working cash bond. We had $10 million of debt restructuring, looking to reduce our debt service payment in 2020. This will require a $2 million repayment on an annualized basis. So really looking from 2021 to 2040 for the $20 million of new borrowing, roughly. Since this would be a general obligation bond, we are required to set this up to be paid back with property taxes. If the city were to pledge another revenue source towards that, number one, we'd have to have that revenue source free and unencumbered. And then number two, if you didn't, we would have to reduce spending in order to make sure that that revenue source could make those debt service payments that we would have to have. So looking at this, the restructuring of the $10 million in debt will cost slightly over $2 million, and then about $40 million for the $20 million in borrowing over 20 years. Now, as we move into the largest and most important part of this, as we looked at starting to make the reductions to our operating staff, we were looking at trying to get to $10 million of operating reductions. What we have looked at is 94 positions that are full-time currently and 28 temporary positions that would be reduced. This would be about 14% of our total workforce. We would see that Of this, we have 37 vacant positions, so there would actually be 57 positions that would be reduced by layoff. We would be looking at what amounts to about 20%, just under 20% of every position at City Hall. You'd be looking at 17% of the positions in the community development and the fire department, 15% of the workforce in public works, and 12% of the workforce in police. And then when you add in the what are really full-time temporary workers in public works and community development, you see that those numbers are considerably higher. We anticipate that when we make $10 million in operating cuts of this magnitude and the number of position cuts that we're talking about, that we are going to see a variety of service level reductions that will come forward from this. It's going to take time for us to try and find ways to improve, and we need to make this very clear. We will be providing less service today than we have that we will be providing less service than we have today. So that's, I think, the area. As we look at this, as we look specifically at certain areas, we would see the elimination of the cadet program, the Explorer program, accreditation. We would see less traffic officers out, less special investigations and detective officers that would be out on the street. And it's just fewer police positions as we eliminate the vacant positions and then some of the other current full-time positions that we have. If we look at fire, we're talking about 3 engine companies, Engine 4 in the south side until we can see that the new fire station is built. Then we would close down Station 8, which is on MacArthur and Hurlburt. Engine 20 on the far north end of town. And then Truck 1. We would definitely see that we would have higher response times because of this. And we fully anticipate that with a reduction of 33 positions, that the focus will be on the safety of the officers first and foremost as we move forward, particularly as we start to look at responding to fire calls. Next, when it comes to public works, as we reduce the workforce that we have for temporary employees, it's going to mean in the wintertime longer snow routes. It's going to mean less residential street plowing. We may only go into residential streets at a higher snow level than where we are currently. And we'll have a smaller maintenance workforce going forward, which is going to delay our ability to effectively maintain our infrastructure. On the community development side, we will be only doing emergency demolitions, and we'll have fewer neighborhood resources moving forward. Here at City Hall, we will have a slower response overall to citizens' requests, as well on the IT side with fewer employees. It's going to take us longer to fix our systems. And we also know that with fewer staff at City Hall, just in general, we're going to have a slower response. We have been meeting with our bargaining units. We have met with the police benevolent, the local 50 of the firefighters, and the crafts and trades to date. We still have more to meet with. We did look at and took what Councilman Montalongo had mentioned about a 10% pay cut and said that would really eliminate the need for layoffs. So we talked and posed that to our bargaining units. No union has accepted that yet. And I think we're still early in the impact and implementation discussions with them. They have expressed interest, both the police and fire have expressed interest in a voluntary separation initiative, which would provide $25,000 for health care upon separation. And the VSI obviously would reduce the need for layoffs. So the interventions that we've made in this restructuring balance the budget for 2020 and 2021 together. And we try and look at that in the total, trying to take a look at that and saying, okay, how do we take over the next, where we're rapidly moving towards the next 18 months and trying to balance those 2 years together. And the challenge is in the out years. Pension cost growth, conservative revenue recovery are going to cause deficits again in 2022 and 2023. We're looking at 7.2 million in 2022 and 5.4 million in 2023. So we're going to need to have additional expense cuts, or we're going to have revenue increases in order to balance future budgets. So the table that I had on the prior slide, or the chart that I had on the prior slide, is here in table form, so you can see where the numbers are. This does not include some of the tweaks that were included by the General Assembly this past weekend as they adopted their budget. So the PPRT numbers are not included in here, nor is the increase in income tax monies that were approved. So the net effect really is that in 2020 and 2021, we're seeing probably another $1 million off of the surplus deficit line due to those additional changes by the state. So it's compounding our challenges as we go forward. So while we're looking at this, is that over the use of cash over a 4-year period of time would be $11.9 million. It may be closer to $13.9 million. So where we are this evening is that we hope that we're continuing to work with you to kind of approve some of these final policy decisions, that we move forward and continue to bargain with our bargaining units over impact and implementation, and that we would start to phase in these changes to the budget. We would look at making the non-public safety workforce reductions first in July, and then we would look again at implementing the public safety workforce reductions beginning at the start of the fourth quarter of this year in October. So I guess the next steps tonight are listening to you and getting from you either approval in whole or in part, or if you want us to correct the plan and to work it, tweak it, and to come back with something else, that we do that. And then hopefully we're still continue to try and stay on this path for implementation by mid-year. And again, we think that we need to be flexible and monitor over the next 18 months within these kind of quarterly reviews. And then we want to make sure that we know what you need, and that we're getting the information that you need to make sure that we can provide that information so that you know when we may need to change course. As we look at that, and being flexible with this, we really do look at it as saying we're going to have to continue to update our models and scenarios. We're going to have to continue to review the budget and look at actual versus expenditures versus our forecast. We're going to have to make sure that we know that we're looking at the recovery to make sure that we know how it's going, and then we're just going to have to continue to phase that in and look at whether we need to do additional actions or unwind actions as time goes on. So the way that we look at this is that the second quarter of this year, we will continue to do these initial actions. Beginning in the third quarter, we start with those workforce reductions for non-public safety positions. And then in the third quarter, we also start to look at what our state tax revenues look like, again, have a better indication of where we are, and then continue to move down that path into the fourth quarter of the year, where we would make the public safety adjustments, and then beginning in the first quarter, start to look at the actuals from 2020, start to see where we are, and then continue this process of moving ahead, knowing that by the third quarter of 2021, we'll be adopting another biennial budget for years 2022 and 2023. So, Mr. Mayor, that's really kind of it in a summary form, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, for the updated presentation. We have Councilmember Sear up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for this report. I have to be honest with you, though. I'm a little disappointed that these very important discussions we're having. I get this email at 11 o'clock at night, the night before, and one at 5 o'clock today. It doesn't give me any time whatsoever to discuss with my colleagues some of these recommendations you're making. So I personally, I will need some more time to think about all these cuts here. A couple of things for you, Mr. Manager. Number one is we have $5 million from the state coming in for Station 4, which is great. I think we had $1.5 million or $2.5 million in the budget for Station 4. How come that we don't cut that $2.5 million if we get a grant from the state?
Well, Councilman, I don't know when that money is going to actually arrive. and we are planned to start that construction this year. So I don't know how quickly those dollars are going to arrive, and that's something that we're going to need to work out with the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity. So at this stage, we don't know. But as I mentioned, when we walked through the list of the capital projects that have been funded by the state, that is one that we need to look at, and it's the only one that we do have $2.5 million, as you just correctly mentioned, budgeted for.
Okay, so but did I just hear you say that you're planning or you're thinking we'll get that money next year, which is be 2021? Did you say that?
Correct.
So can we defer the station? Would that be on the table to defer maybe the building that station for 2021 when the money arrives, or do we want to spend the money this year? Just some food for thoughts, or for my colleagues. Number one.
Well, okay.
A couple other questions is I didn't see any. We had discussion, you and I, many discussions about some other cuts that I don't see anywhere. There's no discussion whatsoever, like library cuts or the PDC contract cuts, or you and I talked about maybe deferring some debt repayment that we were talking about for the bond. And we also talked about maybe getting some money from the stormwater utility. Are we going to have any more discussions, or these items are all dead now, or are we going to get some more discussion in the future about ways to cut some more?
No, we would still continue to have conversations with you about that. Any reductions to the library's budget would require a motion from the city council to direct the library board to make those reductions. I'm not sure that you could do it for 2020 as much as you could do it for the 2021 budget year, and look at that as an adjustment that you could make in their budget at that point in time. The Peoria disposal, that was a direction that council has asked us to look at. We will be working to have that conversation. But again, that doesn't affect the actual any adjustment to the garbage fund. Simply just repays the general fund back faster. It's a liquidity issue for us on that front, so that it wouldn't really be reflected in some of these numbers here. The stormwater utility fee is scheduled to go up next year, and that is an area that if the council wanted to consider looking at foregoing an increase in the stormwater utility, to cover the cost of, for example, what it might take to borrow money for the short term, that's something that we could do, and it would have the net effect of assisting the taxpayers. Since you're already going to be seeing the stormwater utility fee go up by the council's ordinance, you could take that down, and that could cover the cost of the additional borrowing that the city would have to make. So that could be a cost neutral discussion if the council wanted to do, or at least a revenue neutral discussion that you could have and get some policy direction on. I would be open for that, certainly.
And tell me about deferrals of the payment for if we issue new bonds. Is that a possibility?
I don't think that we're going to be able to defer any additional, other than the debt restructuring that we're talking about. That's going to be viewed as being negative, and so any kind of additional borrowing that we do and looking at restructuring that is going to be difficult at this point in time with where we are. And I think it's particularly when we're coupling or would be coupling a $20 million working capital bond with a $10 million debt restructuring at this point in time.
Now, I've noticed you're using 10-year amortization schedule. Can we do 15 or 20 on this possible bond?
Well, on the debt restructuring, I believe that's a 10-year, and the working capital bond was a 20.
It was 20 already? Okay.
20. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have to apologize. I didn't say a lot tonight, so I got to take the full 5 minutes. Is Mr. Black on the line tonight?
He is.
Okay, I got a question, Mr. Black. I want to tell a story tonight to my colleagues and to our listeners about some big success in the 5th District, and I just want Mr. Black to help me out a little bit. Mr. Black, you there?
I am, sir, yes.
Okay. Ross, I talked to you today. Tell me a little bit about your title and when you started the city.
Councilman, I'm currently the Community Development Director, and I started with the city in 1993.
Okay, so in 1996, you obviously were there. Are you familiar with a report called the Growth Cell Strategy Report dated 2011?
Yes, sir, I am.
And do you agree with all the matrix that was used in that report as far as calculation of new revenues for the city of Peoria?
Yes, I believe they were accurate.
You were part of that group, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for these answers. It's very important for my colleague. I want you guys to pay really close attention to the next minute or two that I want to bring some facts to light this evening. In 1995, there was a problem for the city of Peoria. The problem at that time was out migration in 1990, which means that people were building homes outside the city of Peoria, and people that were in charge in our chairs and people like Ross were not happy, and they had to find a solution. So they had a big problem. Big problem is 1995. The solution is 1996, which was an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Peoria, the greater Peoria Sanitary District, and the Peoria County. Those were the three players. They signed an agreement to try to, obviously the problem was out migration. So we started what we call growth cells in those years. And we had growth cell 1 that basically we took 1,200 acres for new residential properties in the city of Peoria. And that was such a great success. We moved on to growth cell 1A, which had another 630 acres added to that. And then we had, again, such a great success. Growth cell 2 was for commercial and industrial in the 5th district. That was 1,400 acres that we converted for that growth. And then we had a growth cell 3, which was 2,100 acres, again, of residential properties. So we, for a total at that time, over 5,000 acres were put into this program, a growth cell program that was, in my opinion, one of the biggest success for the city of Peoria. Now, I asked Mr. Ross about revenues because in part of the revenue in this report that was dated 2011 is each acre of development in the 5th district gave the city of Peoria over $23,000 per acre of revenues, of new revenues. That's $124 million. Okay, and that's very, very important to understand these numbers, because what happened because of this growth cell program. Okay, property taxes, and my colleague, Mr. Kelly, would love these numbers. Okay, these 5,300 new acres that we had in the city of Peoria, the EAV at that time was over $800,000. After the development was over, we had over $280 million of increased EAV, from $800,000 to $280 million. And Mr. Ross Black, if I exaggerate, please, you're allowed to stop me if these numbers are not accurate. Sales tax and HRA taxes was another $124 million. Utility tax, $800,000. Permit fees and all the other things were thousands of dollars. And the EAV, which is 33%, we know that value for new property tax, that gave the city of Peoria over $100 million of new property taxes that obviously we only get 12 cents on it right now, but at the time it's still $100 million. It's an unbelievable success as far as I'm concerned. And in those years, 25% of all homes in the MSA, which is the Tri-County area, 25% of all homes were built in the 5th district. Now, I'm a little aggravated tonight, I guess. I've got to be careful with my vocabulary. But no, we're talking about, why am I bringing all these numbers to you? Because for 15 years, this is tremendous, tremendous success. It was a 20-year plan that was done in 10 to 15 years, okay? And in 1999, Station 20 was built up north, okay? The Matrix report that we all heard about in 2004 talked about we needed 175 traffic signal preemption devices in 2004 because of all these growth in the 5th district. Some of it because of the growth in the 5th district, I should say. We have 60 of these devices right now. We have 20 that are in the budget right now. That's going to be 80 by the end of 2020. We have, when I say we, the people of 5th District, we have the slowest response time right now. And Station 15 and 20, which is the only 2 fire station I have in the 5th District, 20 is the only one that is ALS, Advanced Life Support System. 15 is BLS, which they don't have. So I'm very, very afraid of cutting Station 20 after we told people, the resident of 5th District, for the last 15, 20 years to come and build right here in Peoria. And now we're thinking about closing Station 20. The people in the 5th District, I've been only with Peoria here as a councilman for 3 years now. They only want 3 things, Mr. Manager. They want better roads, they want to be safe, and they want us, the elected official, to protect their main investment, which is their home. I cannot vote for this budget, and I cannot vote until we look at all the question I had tonight about the cuts that I believe are good cuts to be made, and for the safety of my people in the 5th District, until we have exhausted all these conversations. I cannot vote for these budget tonight. I'm just not prepared to do that. Mr. Mayor, sorry it took me so long, but it's a very important point for me, and thank you.
Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. First, we have a lot of people to thank for the capital bill additions that the city manager reviewed, because they total around $82 million. So our state reps worked very, very hard to bring these funds back home to Peoria. And I don't think that we always show or express the appreciation that they deserve. So I especially want to thank Representative Jahan Gordon Booth and Senator Dave Kaler for their efforts to help secure these funds. I also believe that there are strong indications that a new stimulus bill is coming to support cities. There's, been a lot of work done in those areas, in that area as well. So I don't think that we can be rushed too fast to cut too deep. I heard earlier from you, Mr. City Manager, who you commented that a VSI, voluntary separation incentive, would reduce the need for layoffs. So I would like for you to elaborate on that and explain, if we implemented a VSI, how that would reduce the layoffs, and what can we do to actually take those steps?
Thank you, Councilwoman. The steps that would need to be taken is simply giving me direction to bring back to you an ordinance to adopt a voluntary separation initiative. It's what we've done in the past is we've provided employees with $25,000 of health care coverage when they retire, and they'd have to retire within a set period of time. We would have the ability to approve any and all of those retirements, and then the way that would save any layoffs is if we knew that someone was going to be retiring in that window, then we would not have to reduce those positions. And in many instances, particularly in police and fire, those positions, if somebody is at the top end of their salary range, they're making considerably more than entry-level positions as well. So that at least allows us to cover the cost of the VSI as well.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Artis, I'm ready to make such a motion at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, so I would like to move that the city manager bring back an ordinance, for the city council to adopt a voluntary separation incentive program.
Councilman Riggenbach had a question on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Manager, you said that as part of the VSI, we provide $25,000 in health care. Is that?
That's correct.
And what about the IMRF costs? What would those be?
There's really there's no IMRF costs because now you've got employees that are leaving. They would start drawing their pension. If you have police officers and firefighters, they would be drawing their pension respectively from each one of the pension funds. So no, at this point in time, it would there would be negligible IMRF costs that you would have at that point in time. It's just as if someone were to leave today.
Is it the early retirement that we have an obligation?
Yes. So an early retirement incentive, an ERI, is different. That's also known as a 5+5, where somebody buys 5 years of service from IMRF and then can retire if they're 50 years old and have, I think it's 20 years of service, they can buy 5 additional years. That you incur a larger liability and you would then have to pay that back. What we're talking about is our own internal program of trying to encourage people to leave the organization voluntarily.
And we did an ERI 10 years ago, 5
Correct.
years ago?
Correct. It was 10 years ago was the last ERI window we opened up.
All right. So with the VSI, the only cost would be the health care, which we have anyway.
Well, that cost, and then we'll incur some costs in paying out accrued benefit time to the retiring employees, but that's cost that would be paid out regardless.
Would there be any benefit to including an ERI as well as the VSI?
I'm not sure that an ERI at this point in time would provide the benefit to the city, because the challenge with the IMRF ERI is that you still have to fill many of those positions, and sometimes you have positions that are key and critical, and you may not have that same ability to. You're going to have to fill, if it's a department head, for example, you would have to fill that department head position, and you still have to now pay that liability for the 5 years that they purchased.
And that would be something that we could do the VSI, gauge the response on that, and we could always come back with an ERI down the road.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have Councilman Graham next.
Thank you. I liked what Councilor Ali said about the stimulus bill, which is a big question mark still hanging out there. Congress needs to do its job. Our state legislature finally reconvened. We need to reconvene and get out of these virtual meetings. If they can do it down in Springfield, I'll bet you we can do it here in Peoria, especially when we discuss items of this import, great import for every man, woman, and child in our city. The other thing that I think is lost on the council when you start talking about VSI possibly being a wonderful thing, and nobody said that, but the implication is, oh gosh, we're going to help people out by having a VSI. Well, just remember one thing. When people retire and you don't fill their positions, and they're police officers or firefighters or road workers, that impacts every man, woman, and child in our city. With everything that's been going on in our city, and all we have to do is turn on TV or radio or pick up the newspaper or look at it online, we know that we can't afford to cut a few dozen police officers or 3 firehouses. We know that that is insane, period. It does not comport with keeping our citizens safe, and that is our first responsibility. And I really can't imagine being in management and even recommending that, or recommending that we have to have 4 inches of snow before we go into a neighborhood to plow. I mean, that's public safety too. So when you start talking about cutting up to about 100 positions, but oh gosh, we're going to cushion this by saying a lot of these people have left voluntarily, remember, those are jobs that need to be done. And I have always supported our emergency services. Yes, I like our police officers. Yes, I like our firefighters. Yes, I like the people who work for the roads. But fundamentally, I like them because of what they do for the people of Peoria whom we represent. I just can't imagine that we would take action at this point in time to make such draconian cuts without more information, as I think Councilor Sear pointed out, Councilor Lee, more information about the stimulus bill, etc. There's just a lot of things that need to be looked at, and we need to do it also with the department heads, able to eyeball the department heads who understand how to run these departments. They do it on a daily basis, and ask them how some of these cuts comport with keeping our citizens safe. You know, I can imagine a very, very interesting situation where we cut $10 million, but guess what? Nobody wants to live here. Then, Councilor Sear, it doesn't matter what we have in terms of gross cells out there, which were built on the backs of the older neighborhoods, those areas. And by the way, I supported those gross cells. It won't matter because nobody's going to want to live here. Then what happens to our public treasury? Then what happens to our real estate values? Folks, we need to get back into session in accord with the distancing guidelines. If they did it in Springfield, we can. We need to hear more from our citizens before we do anything crazy tonight, because what's being recommended is just plain crazy, and it doesn't comport with public safety. Thank you.
I have a follow-up from Councilmember Riggenbach here.
I think this is already a very worthwhile discussion, and Mr. Manager, as we continue to discuss the layoffs, the VSI, as I sit here thinking about it, I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we didn't at least have an idea of what the ERI numbers could look like. So when you prepare the information on the VSI, if you could just give us some numbers as to how many employees could potentially be involved with that, and obviously needing to know what any the additional cost would be as well. But I think we need to see some numbers on that as well when we come back with the VSI. Thank you.
Councilmember Ali, is that okay with you in terms of your motion if that manager brings that information back side by side?
I would like to adjust my motion to ask for both, please.
Okay, thank you. We did not have a second on that yet. Councilmember Moore, I'm showing you as the first seconder. Would you still like to second that motion as adjusted?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we would be at discussion on the motion that will bring both of those side by side early retirement options for us. And it looks like I have, I think it goes up to Councilman Kelly. Were you commenting on this one, or? Make sure you're not on
Mr.
mute.
Mayor,
okay.
that was on the previous.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just trying to follow the chat line here. It would be Councilmember Jensen has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess it just as clarification is Councilwoman Ali's motion to approve a VSI and ERI, or is it just to ask the city manager to come back with?
It's to bring back the numbers on both.
Okay. I just wanted, because that was my question as to whether or not we know he has a ballpark estimate of what it'll be at this point.
So just a clarification, I did also ask to see an ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we'll bring those side by side with corresponding ordinances.
So there'll be a proposal along with a report back on what the estimated dollar figure.
Yes.
For both are? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I guess why I have the floor. I'm supportive of exploring both the VSI and ERI. That's one of the suggestions I've been making throughout this process. I think, and I'll keep my comments to this motion, but I think that it's a tool that could help us reduce less jobs than what's currently being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no additional questions on this motion. Anybody? Okay. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Ruckriegel?
No.
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grayeb?
Nay.
Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo? Councilmember Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
It passes with 8 yeas and 2 nays, with Councilmember Ruckriegel and Councilmember Grayeb voting nay.
We didn't actually do it in the form of a motion to Councilmember Sears' questions, and I think the manager outlined the fact that there'd have to be additional discussion with PDC and also the library, but maybe, Mr. Manager, including in the reports the specifics as to each one of those different areas that Councilmember Sear brought forward for discussion as well.
We certainly can put that together in a report back.
Thank you. Councilman Kelly, I believe I had you next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask the manager, I'm not sure I have this right, Mr. Manager, but on one of the slides, I don't know which one, but on one of the slides, we're talking about revenue is up 5 million, various outside governments, I guess, essentially helping us out. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
We're looking at 5 million more than we thought we were. Yeah, there we go. That one. Okay. And if I am not mistaken, we have found a way to spend all that money. Is that right?
Well, Councilman, when we were talking with our budget scenarios prior, we were looking at a $30 million borrowing as well as the $10 million debt restructuring. This is with the additional revenue and then the operating cuts that we're proposing, that number's down to $20 million in yes. terms of borrow.
Yeah, well, that number's down to 20 million because nobody would lend us 30 million. Isn't that right?
No, because we were looking at how we could structure the debt within the constraints that we had and looking at trying to limit this. And we took the guidance from council about finding $10 million of operating cuts and tried to put together a scenario of what that restructuring would look like. We've got some additional information on where revenues are coming in. That's what's laid out here on this slide. And then we looked at saying, we could reduce the borrowing that the city had to utilize by having some of these revenues coming in and still reducing the operating budget by 10 million.
Yes, okay. This $5 million, how fresh is that? How new is that?
The revenue projections from the municipal league came out last week, I believe.
So that was after we had already, or you had already put the $20 million onto our schedules, let's say.
No, it would have been about the time we started to look at everything and as we were putting everything together. So.
Okay, I think it was. Anyway, we are hurting in the city. We are really hurting. We've got this huge deficit staring us in the face. This is reflective of what our citizens are facing. We have thousands and thousands of Peorians out of work. Many more who are working less than they used to. When this is going to end, I don't know. I sure hope it's soon. But we have people who are really hurting now, very much like this. Our city budget is really hurting now. Now, the folks that elected me and the folks that elected all of us are the citizens of Peoria. That's who we represent. That's who we serve. With all due respect to City Hall, who I have nothing but respect for City Hall, believe me. We do not represent City Hall. Part of the package that the manager has given us is a tax increase. We already have the highest taxes in the nation. I would kind of echo some of the comments of Councilman Sear and Councilman Graham. We do this. We raise people's taxes, even if it's not very much. That's going to be the headline. And the best business in Peoria will be U-Haul. And of course, that also means, very much like virtually every other tax increase we've had over the last 20 years or 30 years, that we will not raise the money that is projected to be raised because we assume that all these Peorians are docile. They'll just sit there and get beat up all day and they won't do anything about it. But we've already seen in our recent history that they do something about it. They leave. We cannot raise their taxes. We cannot do that. They understand. Those people understand that we're in trouble and they understand that cuts are coming. However, in their tax bills, their income is already cut, and we're going to come to them and say, hey, but pay us more because we're just not going to cut anymore. I really don't want to go down that road. I will not accept any measure that includes tax increases against our citizens in a time when they are hurting just as bad, or in many cases, much, much worse than we're hurting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Councilman. And maybe just a quick question to help me just a little bit, because I know you've been a tireless advocate for keeping taxes under control, which I think I can say that the majority of the council has been for a long time. But if you take another scenario out of the equation, which you've pushed the manager pretty hard on, which is coming up with some working cash, how do you achieve? There's a cost to acquiring working capital. How would you propose that we pay for that if we don't come up with a revenue stream, whether it's property taxes, or how do we pay for that working cash?
First of all, I don't know if it's semantics or if it's absolute fact, but if we borrow money, we have to have a way to pay it back. An absolutely defined revenue stream is, I don't think, necessary as long as we can show that we will have the cash to do it. And we will have the cash to do it by cutting our expenses. That ends up giving us cash. Now, the manager and I have talked about this, and and he maintains that we need a very specific and a totally specific revenue stream in order to borrow. I'm not sure I like the idea of borrowing, first of all. I don't want to borrow because it doesn't save us any money at all. But if we're going to borrow, and if we're doing bonding rather than borrowing from the banks, then what I'm used to, and this may be wrong, is the full faith and credit of the borrower, full faith and credit of the city of Peoria, Illinois. Doesn't matter where they get the money. And my thought would be, if we want to incur debt and then have a debt service stream, we have to have it in savings, not in higher taxes. If we do it with higher taxes, we will just be going down the same old road that Detroit has gone down. You know, it's time we stop doing what everybody else does, because it doesn't work in those towns and it doesn't work here either. We have, I think, a Cadillac fire department, especially when it comes to fighting fires. It's a tremendously effective department. Okay, we also have a mostly redundant emergency medical attachment onto the fire department, which keeps the fire department heavily staffed, much more heavily than everybody. Everybody knows we can't afford this. Everybody knows it. Okay, and we have a perfectly good emergency service in town that we don't have to pay for. But we don't want to talk about that. Instead, we want to talk about taxing our people more. I think this is crazy. I know there are those who will disagree, and I'm not saying that you're crazy. I respect everybody on the council. But those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. I do not think inventing a new money stream is necessary in order just to borrow. I think if we have the cash year to year to year, we pay off our debt. And if they're going to give us trouble about that, well, then we're going to have to make further adjustments. But taking money out of the wallets of our citizens who are already hurting terribly. A lot of these businesses aren't going to be able to open up. A lot of these, we got a hurting community. We can't ask them for more money. We have to do this ourselves. However, it's going to be done. I'm sorry to take so much time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's some bit of a disconnect, and I don't think that we're going to get into probably the discussion about into the specific, at least it doesn't sound like we're going to get into the areas of specific numbers tonight in eliminating. But I do think for those for the council members that would advocate that any certain area of the city city employees is that we have plenty of capacity there. it's time for not tonight, unless they want to, of course, but it's time to put it out there and make a motion on some of these numbers and see if there's support for it or not. And if there's not support for, and I don't care which one of those areas, whether it's 3 fire stations or 60 police officers or any of the other areas, if you think that that's the way to start, put a motion out there, and we'll see if there's support for it. And if there is, then the manager's given direction. And if there's not, then we have a lot more work to do to figure out how we're gonna pare this down. So I'm just, at some point in time, some people have to show their cards, or else we have to have the ability to work together and try to figure out the best way to get this done. And again, I don't think that number is going to be tonight, because the manager is going to bring us back some additional information. But at some point in time, we can't just keep kicking this can down the road trying to figure out if Washington, D.C. is going to give us any money or not. We better hope they do, because if not, we're toast. Councilman Riggenbach was next. Councilman Riggenbach.
Mr. Mayor. I think one of our colleagues said a couple weeks ago, they quoted Dale Carnegie in a roundabout way, that we need to be prepared for the worst, and I would add, but be praying for the best. And hearing Councilman Greb and Ali and Kelly, I think they're spot on in many ways, but I need to be prepared for what I see as the worst case scenario, and I'm going to keep praying that it doesn't happen, and that some of these discussions we're having are going to end up being moot. But in the meantime, I am prepared to make a motion. Perhaps this is a simpler one than what you were just referring to, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to have the manager move forward with the debt restructuring. That seems to be a pretty non-controversial piece from my perspective. Everybody refinances their personal mortgage when rates go down. We've got the opportunity. There's going to be some closing costs. We know that up front, but there is going to be some savings for us here. So I would put a motion out there to instruct the manager to move forward with the $10 million in debt restructuring as outlined.
That was seconded on chat by Councilmember Moore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion on the motion. And I have a bunch of people in queue here, which I'll get back to, but and I'm trying to keep these all straight, but there's a lot of them here. I apologize. So this is to the Councilmember Ruckriegel, or Councilmember Riggenbach's motion. Councilmember Ruckriegel question.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, in refinancing this, what is our, I believe it's $10 million that we're looking to refinance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And all in refinancing charges and what we'll be paying out over through 2040, what is that total bill to the taxpayers?
I think we had previously said that and the slide said earlier that it's about $2 million would be the cost of that $10 million refinancing, in terms of what it will cost us additionally to do that type of debt restructuring.
So what is the total cost of it paying back through the year 2040?
Like I said, an additional $2 million over what was currently being scheduled to be paid out.
Okay. So just an additional, by being able to stretch it through the whole way out, an additional $2 million.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional discussion on Councilman Riggenbach's motion? Councilmember Ali.
Yes, my understanding was that $2 million payback per year required a property tax increase or a reduction of $2 million per year in expenses. Can you clarify, Mr. Manager?
Yes, I can. What we're talking about is the debt restructuring piece, which is reducing the $20 million debt service payment we have this year. The other debt instrument was the $20 million working cash bond, which would require the additional revenue stream.
Okay, this one does not.
No, this one, just based upon the small dollar amount that we'd be talking about, we would just be able to absorb that in the existing operating budget.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. I'm seeing no additional questions on this motion. I'll make a last call on that in case I missed somebody. So this is Councilman Riggenbach's motion to move forward on the debt restructuring, seconded by Councilmember Moore, and we have a question by Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. City Manager, what makes up all that debt again?
Hang on just a second, Councilman. So what we're talking about here would be we have some restructuring of some of the general capital related debt. We'd be looking at restructuring of some civic center debt. There would be the hotel, the Pier Marquette, some sewer bonds, and some stormwater debt that we have incurred. So those are the 5 areas that we looked at restructuring with this.
Could you quick just run through those numbers? I know you just outlined 5 general. Well, I mean, I guess specific. Could you put those numbers up real quick again?
I didn't have them in this packet. I'd have to send that to you separate. But what we'd be looking at would be restructuring some of the debt service or the debt streams that we have from some sidewalk work and some street work that we have done. Some of the civic center debt that's outstanding, the Pier Marquette debt that's outstanding, are some of the sewers that we have issued with debt service, and then restructuring some of the stormwater utility funding that we've restructured. We would refund about $10.25 million of debt service that's payable at the end of this year. And then that would then increase our payments just a little over $2 million over the next, it looks like the next 14 years after that.
How much was the Hotel Pier Marquette? Do you have an idea about how much that was?
Roughly, I think that with what the debt service payment schedule was, it was about. I think we borrowed $33 million. Is that correct, Director Scroggins? I think was the total dollar amount we borrowed on that.
Yes, and this amount that you're looking at now is about 1.2 million to refunding would be. As it relates to the hotel debt, out of that 10 million.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional comments. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
Councilmember Sear?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab? Councilmember Grab? Councilmember Jensen?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Councilmember Grab? Okay, it passes with 9 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Going back up the list here, I think I have Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember Jensen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions regarding City Manager. If you could put up the chart that you've got your 4 levers and what you're trying to cut from each of those levers. I believe that's the sheet I'm looking at. as you're finding that, my question, yes. So under your operational cuts, and the proposal tonight is 94 FTEs, which it sounds like we're not going to end up voting on this tonight. But in the lead up to this information, I think earlier it was mentioned, but I didn't see anywhere in the report where it was listed what stations or machines were going to be impacted by those operational cuts. Am I incorrect that you did have something in tonight's packet that showed what machines?
Yes, I did. Bear with me. I think it was, there we go, this slide here.
Okay.
It shows engine 4, engine 20, and truck 1.
Okay. So I think that's a little misleading because as I talked to, and I've asked a chief artist to stand by, and so he's listening. Chief artist and I spoke about the movement of machines from Station 4 and Station 8, and that's specifically what I want to hone in at this point. So, Chief Artist, when we were speaking, you had indicated something about the movement of equipment from Station 4 to Station 8, then the movement of that equipment from the old Station 4 to the new Station 4 at some point, and then what would happen to Station 8. Could you walk us through that? I had to draw a diagram when we talked about it. So could you slowly walk us through that? Because I think that is important for folks to hear what the backstory is on some of this, and then I have a comment on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. If I may just digress just for 1 second regarding the comments of one of the council members earlier. I'm not positive how our department could be considered heavily staffed when we have less people than we had 34 years ago. And with regards to the heavily redundant EMS system, I'm pretty sure that 99% of the medical professionals in this city and the majority of the citizens we respond to would disagree with that comment as well. Now, with regards to your question, Council.
I'm sorry, Chief. Did I make that comment?
No, ma'am, you did not. No, it was made. No, ma'am, you did not. I just didn't have an opportunity to address it when the comment was made, so I apologize.
Okay.
So with regards to your question, when we shut down both Rescue 1 and Rescue 2, in order to help our ISO rating stay at 2, and also to kind of centralize our truck companies, we moved Truck 4 from Station 4. We moved it to Station 8, which is on Hurlburt. So that just left Engine 4 at Station 4. Now, the game plan moving forward would be between now and the new Station 4 being built, we would shut down Engine 4 and leave Station 8 the way it is. And then when Station 4 is rebuilt, we would return Truck 4 to Station 4, the new Station 4. We would reintroduce Engine 4, and that would be housed as the new Station 4. And then we would shut down Engine 2, which would effectively shut down Station 8 on Hurlburt.
Okay.
I know it's kind of confusing, so I can try to simplify it.
So next week, if you could bring a diagram, because you and I went through this a couple times, and I had to make my own little diagram, because when you're talking about Engine 4 and Station 4 and Truck 4 and Engine 2, it all gets very confusing, and I appreciate you going through that. Now, what was the timing for all of this?
So the Truck 4 was moved to Station 8 at the start of 2019 when Rescue 1 and Rescue 2 were shut down.
Okay, so Truck 4 is at Station 8 now. Engine 4 is still at Station 4.
Yes, ma'am.
And the plan is to move Engine 4, to decommission Engine 4, or to move it to Station 8?
So when the new station is built and it's completed, the game plan is to reintroduce Engine 4 to the department, move Truck 4 down there, so you'd have Engine 4 and Truck 4 at the new Station 4, and then the station on Hurlburt would be closed, including Engine 2.
Okay, so right now Engine 4 is at Station 4.
Yes, ma'am.
You just mentioned that we would reintroduce Engine 4 to the new Station 4. Where's Engine 4 going in the meantime?
It would be shut down.
So shutting down Engine 4 at Station 4 would for all practical purposes, shut that station down for the 6 or 8 months that it will take before the new station is open, provided we don't move that whole cheese to 2021 before we even get started.
Yes,
is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you're talking about then maybe closing Engine 4, let's say, when is that? It's supposedly July, August, manager?
Repeat that question again, Councilwoman. I'm sorry.
If we were to close Station 4, would that be when?
October.
July, August, October. Okay. So both Station 4 and Station 8, under this scenario, would remain open until October.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. When the new Station 4 opens in October, Station 4 would close. Then in March, it would reopen as the new Station 4. Is that what we're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when that happens in March, and I know it's getting confusing, people, but stay with me. When that happens in, let's say, March, if all goes to plan, there is some talk about closing Station 8. And when is that timing looked at?
When the new Station 4 opens.
So in March, let's say, if the new Station 4 opens in March, then Engine 2 that is currently at Station 8 would be decommissioned, if that's the word. And then Engine 8 would, Station 8 would go dark.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And that's where that setup leads me to this question. On May the 11th, Chief Artist sent us a 53-page document. And on page 45 of that 53-page document, the document is entitled Peoria Fire Department Fire Station 8 Category Responses 2019 and Difference from Previous Year. Now, I'm not sure that anybody there has that report that can pull up that page that was sent to us on May 11th. I went through that 53-page report very closely. And on this page 45, Chief Artist, what am I looking at when I see a 143.24% in the red under the fire category for Station 8? What is that telling me?
Councilwoman, that's indicating that percentage of an increase in our fires in that time frame.
Okay.
That the fires. I'm sorry, ma'am. Just real quick, the fires that Engine 2 responded to. Okay.
So when I compare that page to the other 11 stations, 143% increase in the fire responses of that piece of equipment was not evident at any other station. And then across the board on that report, I hope council members are furiously looking for the May 11th email that you sent and going to page 45, because on that report, except for the number of alarms that came in, every other category was at least 27, let's say rounded to 28% increase. We had an increase in hazmat calls of 27.66%. We had an increase in medical calls of 35.83%. We had an increase in other of 43.38% and an increase in rescue of 37.50%. But let's just focus on the fire with that 143.24% increase. Just focusing on that makes it very difficult for me to understand, when it's all said and done, how we can close Station 8 when clearly the percentage of fires that Engine 2 is responding to it's double, sometimes triple what's happening throughout the city. And so since this is not a total budget that we're going to be able to vote on tonight, I would like for there to be some consideration to that number because it compared 2019 to 2018. So 2019 was a very busy year for that station, and no other station across the system had increased in fire by that huge percentage. And so I would want someone next week, or when we meet again, I'm sorry, in 2 weeks, to very clearly explain to the citizens of that station in that area why 143% in fire calls equates to shutting that station down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, if I can continue, I had asked for a report back on the response times with the suggested, the increased response time that would occur with these suggested fire equipment retirements. Because I'm not suggesting that something doesn't need to be done. I totally understand. We are in COVID-19 all over the place. Everybody is expected some type of shared sacrifice, whether that's a reduction in salary or something else, because we all are impacted by this. So I get it completely. I don't have all the answers. I have more questions than I have answers. I'm sorry. But I would like to have those response times brought to us. And then finally, Mr. Manager, about an hour and a half ago, didn't you say that rather than a property tax increase, that we may have a revenue neutral, we may be revenue neutral if we utilize stormwater utilities fees in some portion? Did I hear you say that earlier?
You can't use the stormwater utility fees, but what you could do is you could freeze the council approved increase in the stormwater utility fee, and instead utilize property taxes to cover the cost of the debt service. It's accomplishing the same thing because it's two different revenue streams, but you're not taking the $2 million of additional revenue in the stormwater utility fund. That would be the way to look at that.
Would that then decrease the necessity for a property tax increase?
No, you would still. What you would do is you would swap what would be the increase in the stormwater utility rate for the increased property tax bill.
Okay. So having said that, I too am of the opinion that I don't know. I don't have any answers right now. I have more questions than answers. But I do know this. Folks in this city do not want to pay any more property taxes. I mean, it's just the fact of the matter. And I would also say that they probably don't want to have any of these cuts that we're going to have to make, but we're going to have to make them. That there is no two ways around that. We're going to have to make cuts. Service levels are going to suffer tremendously, and perhaps I think Councilman Graham mentioned having this meeting in a forum much like the state legislature did, where we've got a civic center right behind our door, and we got Pure Marquette right across the street. Certainly there's a big enough space for us to be all in the same room, because this is, I've got nothing. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I have nothing to suggest, because we are cutting everywhere we can. I'm hoping, Mr. Manager, when you go back to the bargaining units and they see that we are cutting everywhere we can, that as you have asked other staff to take cuts in their salaries to prevent layoffs, that the bargaining units would do that for their fellow bargaining members. And if they don't, they leave us no choice but to make other cuts. I do also agree with, I think it was Councilman Sear who said he received, or maybe it was Councilman Montalongo, received a 503 communication that was 3 or 4 pages long, double-sided, that I did not have an opportunity to read all through those pages. So this would allow me to take some time and digest that as well. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a follow-up for the chief, and then I have Councilmember Jensen, Councilman Ruckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Councilmember Moore's comments or request is very timely. And just while we're on that subject, 2 additional requests there. Sometimes percentage changes may not encompass the full story. Chief Artist, could you bring us back maps of what each one of those stations were doing pre Rescue 1 and Rescue 2 being removed, and then where those service areas are now? Because I think there's actually been some change maybe to some of those service areas. And then also too, on some of these numbers, we kind of talk back and forth maybe between 2 languages. Sometimes we talk about average time, but I think that usually we also are looking at the 90th percentile. Can we have some of these numbers that are in average times, can we have those switched over to the 90th percentiles? Those 2 requests would be much appreciated back on Councilmember Moore's ask back. Thank you.
Councilman Ruckriegel, if I may, the first report, absolutely. Sure. I'll be more than happy. We'll be more than happy to get you the data prior to Rescue 1 and Rescue 2 being shut down. With regards to your second request, sir, we did send out some graphs, and I'll fully admit they were pretty busy, so we could sit down and explain it. But those graphs that we sent the Monday prior to the last council meeting, all of those times were 90th percentile. But again,
okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So the ones on the 11th were all 90th percentile. That's perfect.
Yes, sir.
I've got that report here, so that will suffice then. Thank you so much. And yeah, so if you can give us the service area maps for all the stations pre and post, that would help us out.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I have Councilmember Jensen and then Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions and some comments, so why don't I start first with questions. I do have a couple for Chief Artist, if you're still there, to follow up on Councilwoman Moore's line of questioning. Based on the proposal to shut down Engine 4, and I know the plan is to reopen it, and then close Station 8, and then also shut down Truck 1. I'm wondering what is the net reduction then for firefighting services for the downtown and then also District 1 under the current proposal?
Councilwoman, just to be clear, are you referring to the number of firefighters we'll lose in those areas?
I think firefighters as well as machines and the closure of a station. So
initially, as far as the closure of stations, initially it will be Station 4. In the Southern Valley, it'll be Station 4. Obviously, there'll be 2 other stations that would be closed under this proposal. So that would be the station that we'd lose down on the south side. With regards to personnel, it would be 22 positions because 2 of the 3 machines would be down here. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I guess just for the listening audience and as a reminder, how many firefighters are, when you say 2 machines?
I'm sorry. Yeah. So that equates to 22 positions.
So how many firefighters are assigned to an engine?
3.
And then how many to a truck?
3.
Okay. And so Truck 1 is part of the plan, and that right now is at which station?
Truck 1 is a station at Central House on Monroe.
Okay, but that's also District 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you maybe, when you give us that report back, give us a percentage of what that would be for reductions for that district as well as downtown?
As far as the percentage of the cuts or the percentage of our staffing?
Can you do both? Yes,
I could tell you the percentage of the cuts right now would be 2/3 of the cuts. with regards to the overall staffing, yes, ma'am, I can provide that.
Okay, thank you. A couple other questions I have, and I'm disappointed that some of the other items that we've talked about in the last couple meetings weren't included in the proposal, or at least in report backs, consistent with what Councilman Sear mentioned much earlier in the meeting. At the last meeting, I asked about whether and suggested that we seek reductions with vendors that have, provide services and have contracts with the city until maybe COVID-19, till we start bouncing back from that. And I'm wondering if the city manager, I think we were talking about seeing what savings we could have if they were to volunteer reducing those contracts by 5% and also by 10%, and whether you've had any discussions or have done any analysis of that.
Councilwoman, we have started to look at that. I've had some discussions with the Public Works Director, who really I apologize. Really has more of the contracts that we have large dollar amounts with under contractual services. It will take us some time to do this, and the challenge that we have with this is that this is not necessarily a long-term savings to the city's budget. It's more of a one-time kind of savings that we'd be looking at with this, or maybe 2-year savings with this. What we need to do is get a handle on the higher expenses that are in our operating budget right now, and that's our workforce. Our workforce is, if we're going to have to cut, it's the cuts to the workforce, unfortunately, and everything that goes along with that, that's going to provide you the longest lasting and biggest impactful savings that you have in front of you.
Okay, and I understand that, but I think that it's definitely worth looking into. I think every penny counts, and I think it could be a substantial amount because we have some big contracts. So I hope that you'll continue to pursue that and update us on that. And then along the lines of our force, the people and the employees are the biggest cost. I've brought this up at other meetings. I would like to see a proposal come forward with reducing the hours for all non-public safety employees up to 8 hours a week. I think that is definitely, I can't remember what numbers you gave us a couple weeks ago, but that could provide some savings. Can you remind us what that ballpark amount was?
I'd have to look. It's in the report back that the overall the challenge with that is that we'd also have to, that's a change in the working conditions for the workforce, and we'd have to negotiate that with the bargaining units. I think has been the one of the sticking points that we have with going forward with that. I think we feel that we could probably prevail, but it's something that we would still have to bargain over the impact and implementation of something along those lines.
Right, but aren't you bargaining with the bargaining units right now on reduction force? So this should be discussed.
But
I think,
Councilwoman, we're talking to them about making reductions in the workforce. We'd be happy to have that conversation with the unions if the unions want to talk about alternatives to layoffs.
And aren't they talking about that with you as you're in bargaining?
We have had those with the initial 3 bargaining units that we've met with the crafts and trades, with police, and with fire. We've started those conversations. We have yet to meet with AFSCME to talk specifics.
And you haven't? Have you met with the firefighters?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing I just want to clarify, under the proposal that's before us tonight, is that still include the reduction in all the non-union employee salaries, which was contained in your earlier proposals that came to the council?
Yes.
Okay. I do have a question too about in the materials that we got, I think in the slides and maybe also the council communication, there seemed to be a discrepancy about the amount that would, if we were to do the borrowing of the $20 million and have to raise taxes to secure that loan. Is it $33 per 100,000 or is it $66 per 100,000?
It's $33 per 100.
Okay, because I think somewhere else it said 66.
Yeah, I think in the council communication it was incorrect.
Okay. And I just to reiterate, I know because Councilman Kelly keeps bringing this up, it is my understanding we have to have something to secure any loan that we see.
You are correct.
And you've told us, you've advised that the only thing that we have to secure such a loan would be the revenue from raising taxes.
Correct.
In your opinion.
We're going to have to explain how we're going to pay the debt service back.
And no bank is going to give it to us unless we have done a property tax increase in your opinion.
Mechanically every year how this operates is when we adopt the budget, you also adopt a tax abatement ordinance where if we have other revenues for some of our debt that we've issued, you actually abate the property taxes for those bonds that we have issued.
Right.
If we don't have another revenue source identified, and we could pledge sales taxes for it, for example, and say we're going to pay it back with sales taxes. But you have right now, all of your sales taxes are obligated towards our operating expenses. You would have to cut your operating expenses by an additional $2 million in order to cover the cost of that debt service. So we'd be talking about more reductions to our operating budget in order to live with that. So any general obligation bond we have is going to be initially set up to be paid for with property taxes. And then you can pledge whatever revenue stream you want to go for it, but you just have to have that revenue stream clear and free and unencumbered.
Okay, that I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So I guess, I mean, those are the questions that I have. I think it's clear. I think that we need to see what comes forward on these other things. I'm not prepared to cut and reduce the force as proposed. As I've indicated before, I didn't vote, to move forward with this at the last meeting. I understand that these are very difficult times and we're going to have to make difficult decisions. I think that we can get there without such deep reductions. 33 firefighters and 28 police officers is a huge number along with all the rest of our workforce. So I'm not supportive of this. I am supportive of restructuring the debt and the VSI and hopefully reducing hours and to patchwork this together to I think cutting jobs should be the last resort. So I'd like to see the numbers of all the other proposals as well as reducing the fees that we pay to contractors for various things. So that's where I stand right now. And thank you for your work on this. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Councilman Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that last point, Mr. Manager, I hope I understood you properly, and I think it's something with which I agree. You can decide to pledge any kind of cash flow or revenue stream that's reliable to back up these bonds. And if in our creation of this revised budget, we have the room, the financial room, then we would not have to have a real estate tax increase or a sales tax increase, etc. But it would mean, of course, that we would have to cut $2 million more dollars. And I am aware of that. And it also causes us a problem on the front end because we don't have very much cash right now, or don't have enough cash anyway right now. Earlier, Mr. Mayor, you had asked for some motions for guidance. Councilman Riggenbach, rather, I think wisely said, okay, let's see if we can agree on the restructuring, and we have. I'd like to go a little further out on a limb. I don't know how this will go or not, but I would like to make a motion that we not undertake a real estate tax increase as part of this budget proposal.
I don't know if we're going to get a second to that or not, but it's kind of a moot question unless somebody makes a motion to have a property tax increase, which I haven't heard anybody say that. I will see if we get a second here. I'm not seeing one. The other thing I think, maybe that we probably just need to just think a little bit here about taking money, potentially not increasing a stormwater utility that's not the most popular utility out there. And instead of taking the increase that we already have planned, not do the increase, but raise the property taxes that same amount. So, it kind of looks like it's a push. And most people that I know would probably call that a bait and switch. And it doesn't pass the smell test. So y'all can look at, why don't we play that game? But at the end of the day, the folks out there will see right through that. So I think we have to be more honest about, how we're really coming up with ways to balance this position. I'm not seeing a second on the motion, so the motion dies for lack of a second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. I have Councilmember Ali, then Riggenbach, then Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I had questions for the city manager relative to the 28 temporary workers that are part. Are those in addition to the other positions that you have at 94, or are those included?
Those are in addition. They're in addition to.
Okay. Can you tell me about those positions? What are those positions?
So those are 14 full-time temporary workers in public works that work during the summer months and then in the winter. There's also 4 temporary code aides that work over the summertime doing code enforcement work, and then you'd have the 10 police cadets.
Oh, okay. And all of those positions are temporary full-time?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then how much savings are associated with those 28 positions?
Within that, you're probably looking at about $450,000.
Okay.
Maybe it might be more on the temporary side with Public Works. Director Powers, do you know exactly what the total temp numbers is? I don't have it handy. I'm kind of, with the screen being up, I don't have the ability to
I'm trying to find a spreadsheet now. Hold on, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. If there's other questions, Councilwoman Ali, maybe we can come back.
Okay, well, I have another question associated, well, I might as well ask it now, but relative to borrowing 20 million, because I don't want to just remove that from the scenario, but I do want to remove the idea of associating it with a property tax increase, because I just can't support the property tax increase. So outside of a property tax increase in this borrowing, we would have to reduce expenses by $2 million a year. Can you come back as a report back identifying potential options for those reductions?
Sure.
Or do you, okay, I'd appreciate that.
Excuse me, Mr. Manager, I have the answer. For the 14 part-time, it's 233,301.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Yes, 233,301 is 14.
Okay. For the 14, not for
Correct.
The 28.
That is correct. That's for Public Works.
And then,
okay, for Public Works. Okay.
Then you also have $60,000 for the temporary code aids and community development, and then I think another $153,000 for the cadets in the police department. So when you add that all up, that's where you get to those numbers of about 450.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. I had Councilman Regenbach, then Graham, then Rodrigo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to make this quick. One comment I had as we were talking about the fire departments and the council districts they're in. I think it's really important that we don't get too caught up on how many are in District 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, because, folks, we're going to be redrawing those maps next year after the census. And if you look at the chart that Chief Artist gave us, interestingly enough, District 3 currently only has one firehouse in it, but clearly we're served by multiple houses. So I don't think, I don't want us to get hung up on what council district is attached to each station as much as what the coverage is to the residents. And I can tell you that the people I hear from, that they really don't care the geography of where the station is as long as the response time is appropriate. So just an observation on that. And then, Mr. Manager, I was trying to go back through this. On the operation cuts, you had told us that you already had some discussions with some of the bargaining units about the 10% pay cut, and that they had already knocked that off the table. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was not received warmly, but I don't think at this point in time there's going to be any interest to kind of proceed down the full 10% reduction route.
Well, I guess Councilwoman Jensen's remarks were pretty much spot on. You know, our backs are pretty much against the wall here, and how we get to it, whether it's with additional cuts or whether it's layoffs or whatever the poison pill is. I think I'm sure you and Director Stalkup are very clear about this, but this isn't some game, and this is clearly something that if those cuts could be accepted, or a change in hours, or any number of things that have been brought up, I mean, that could help blunt the number of layoffs. I mean, that would clearly be to everybody's benefit. So hopefully wiser heads will prevail here as the gravity of our situation becomes clearer and focused. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. And just to that last point, which I don't disagree with, but there's nothing clear and focused about any of this. And the trouble that we have, and I shouldn't say we because I don't sit at the negotiating table, but the problem that the manager and his team have when we're trying to negotiate through this is at this point in time, the represented folks would really be negotiating against themselves because they don't really see a path that it looks like the council is going to go down. So I'm just you know, for anyone that's been involved in those type of labor negotiations, that is just the cold hard fact. So until they're given a little bit more cover in terms of seeing the direction that we're going to, at some point in time, we don't get through this budget without some of these reductions. We cannot get there from here. If we, you know, if we need another $2 million in operating to come off, that's more jobs that we need to take out. We're not moving in the right direction. So I just think that, you know, for everybody that wants the city, expects the city manager is going to go back and talk to our represented folks and expect them to roll over and provide all this, all these givebacks from the contracts. It's extremely hard for them to do under these circumstances because they're not seeing a clear direction. But I'm saying tonight, because it's not the first time that we've been through an exercise like this, there is absolutely no way that we're going to get through this situation without losing some of our employees. And I hate to say it, I don't want to lose one of them. It's not going to happen. You can't say, I'm not raising taxes, I'm not bringing in any new revenue, and I'm also not gonna make any cuts because you can't get there from here. So I'm sorry, I'll cut it short, but the truth hurts. Councilman Graham and then Councilman Ruckriegel.
Well, the truth does hurt because this city does not have very good relationship with its bargaining units. It hasn't for many years. And therefore, when we have times like this, approaching them is probably not going to go very far because they feel that all too often we view our employees as being the enemy. Now, Chief Marion, we've been talking a lot about the staffing for the firehouses, as we should. What would the cuts that we're talking about do for you in terms of number of officers responding?
Councilman, one of the things I'd say, it definitely changed the way that we do service. Until I get a definite number as to how many we would have to cut, it's kind of hard to say because if we get a restructuring, but it would change the ways and the services that we currently provide.
Well, it certainly would. And, you know, the people, I would say, in all the districts, I've been both an at-large and a district councilman, don't want to see any of our officers killed because we are insufficiently able to respond to some of the incidents that we've recently had over the past 3 weeks where we've had other police agencies having to come in to help us. That's what I'm hearing from the citizens of Peoria. And I think I'm also hearing that we have to have a city that's livable, and we respect our emergency responders. Now, managers, suppose I were to tell you that we were going to get stimulus PAC money out of Washington, D.C. of about $8 million to help this municipality. What would you say to that?
I'd want to make sure that we were going to actually see it. I mean, because the track record hasn't been pretty good to that effect yet. So,
well, the track record hasn't been very good, but you have to realize, and I hope my colleagues, of course, are following the news. We're not the only city in this country that is looking at a huge number of layoffs, but for, as Councilor Riggenbach pointed out, something called a mass pathogen that has afflicted our entire world. And one of the great challenges for this city and even for our country, of course, is maintaining liquidity and not making this economic downturn even worse than it is by throwing even more people out of work who are our public servants and our first responders. And that would include some of our teachers, the teachers who are involved with our children every day. The impact that would have on our local economy and on our municipal economies all across this country would probably, if we allow this to go forward, would probably produce a prolonged depression. Now, I think, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Councilor Kelly, but I suspect that we will have a good recovery, maybe not as quickly as we would like. But we do have reserves that are going to last almost until, well, not quite Christmas as I understand this, Manager Urick. We're going to have some kind of stimulus bill passed out of there, passed out of Washington, D.C., because the pressure is too great. And those who think that this is a freebie have to understand that all of us are federal taxpayers. And it's not the fault of any of us that the gasoline was taken out of our economic engine. So as we go about making decisions, we should do it with a great deal of deliberation and with the passage of some time using our reserves. If this isn't a rainy day, a mass pathogen globally, I don't know what would be. And yes, we should also talk to our bargaining units as well. But I don't think we go right into it, making these draconian cuts. I think it'd be totally irresponsible, and I don't think that's what the people want us to do. Now, I think there's a rush, what we're being prodded to do. I've seen it before. I saw it after the Great Recession. I wasn't on the council then. I had retired and did not run again for re-election. But I saw a great rush to do all kinds of things to slash and cut and burn. And it was done quite reluctantly, but I would say that was a far worse situation than we're facing now. Because I believe, based on the discussion I'm hearing tonight, people want to get back to normal, and we will get back to normal. We're making plans to get back to normal. We use the term restore. So I would like to see us, I don't mind saying it, slow walk any decisions as it relates to these huge draconian cuts. And maybe there will have to be some cuts, of course, but we want to keep them as minimal as possible, because if we cut too deeply, we're going to destroy our neighborhoods. Nobody's going to want to live in the city of Peoria or any of the cities throughout the country. So we do have these lawmakers, our federal lawmakers, who certainly listen to us. The Congress, members of the House of Representatives listen to us. And I believe we are going to get a bill passed out of the Senate. What it's going to look like, I don't know. But I think that we should be very careful not to do anything crazy, and we should utilize our reserves and only do a credit line as we have to do it, and keep it as minimal as possible if we have to get to that before we do these draconian cuts. In the meantime, we can discuss things with the bargaining units, and we should do it, and we should be able to do this with more credibility than we have now. It's very disappointing to me, because through the years when I've been on the councils, every time we talk about our employees, it's as if they're the enemy. It's as if they're the enemy. And these are the people out there every day going out in our name to help protect us. So I think the whole frame, the whole tenor of our conversation is very negative, and we help create a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that self-fulfilling prophecy will make Peoria a Hooverville. It absolutely will. And if the Congress does not act to give us help, municipalities all across the country, we will have a horrible, horrible depression. And even the head of our Federal Reserve Board has been on television and in the media stating liquidity is key. Liquidity is key. Keep as many jobs as possible. Don't devastate your cities. And so I think we need to slow down a bit. And that's why we have reserves. We have reserves. I don't think we should start a loan line any sooner than we have to. And I think we should prod our federal lawmakers who are working hard right now, I know they are, on getting that stimulus bill passed out of Washington, D.C. It's our money, and we deserve to have it back at this time. It's in the best interest of our city and our country. Thank you.
Looks like we have Councilmember Ruckriegel next.
Thank you, Mayor. Talking to the citizens, it's evident of one thing, and that is, for them, crime is job number one. For any job that we have as the council right now, it really comes down to crime is job number one. And last week, we were able to get an email from the chief, and I appreciate that email from him. And I sent him a message back right away that showed just some of the types of calls, not all of them, but some of the types of calls that our officers are going to in a very limited time frame. Not more than 12 months ago, we balanced the budget on 18 vacancies in the police department. And we're looking at now another 11 in the police department. And all of our city employees are important. But there's one thing that we keep talking about, which is what is going to be the economic strength of our city. And if there's one thing that affects our EAV, if there's one thing that affects our businesses coming and opening or retaining in our community, if there's one thing about people who want to buy homes, raise their kids, and call Peoria home, if there's one thing that welcomes our visitors to our city, whether that is for overnight, for things at our civic center, or to come and shop, all of those things come down to the safety that you feel. And that is the result of our police department. We've got a really good new class of officers that are just finishing up. And I was able to talk to the chief and congratulate him on that. And one of the things that really is evident is that the newest class is a very diverse class. As was said, probably the most diverse class that we've had of new officers coming into our police department. Our police department does not stop. They continue to work night and day. And it only took that email, if anybody didn't know it beforehand, but I think we all did on the council, that our police officers are dealing with situations that most of the public probably doesn't realize on a day-to-day. They're confiscating weapons with ammunition more powerful than their own. They're hoping their body armor, in case of a threat, would actually hold up on some of that stuff. And we're asking them to make calls in one and hope that that backup gets there in time. It's about officer safety. All of our city workers are important. But I'm looking at the recommendations here, and I can't go for 11 additional positions being reduced from the police department. Now, we've seen already in the beginning of the presentation tonight that we've got some revenue increases. But as opposed to putting those and investing them into the safety of our communities, the safety of our neighborhoods, the safety of our officers, we're already trying to find other places to spend them. City manager, you and I talked this afternoon, and I asked you then, and I'll ask you tonight, I would like for you to bring back for our next meeting some ideas on how these 11 officers can be kept, and how until we get those new class of officers also working for our police department, we don't furlough them. We don't put them on hold, because we don't need to send them back to training. The average officer takes 10 months to be able to get him ready to go, him or her ready to go. And we don't want to stop that process. There is one thing that we hear time and time again from all of our citizens. It's about wanting safe neighborhoods. And we also have a priority for our city, for our police department, to have a reflection of the community it serves. We're not there yet, but we're making some great strides in this class that is coming up, and we don't want to stop that. And so, City Manager, I'm requesting that part of your work plan for the next meeting is to think creatively, or think old school, or think on some of those revenues that we had that just came out that we didn't know we had 3 weeks ago. Some of those dollars need to be invested where they matter most, and that is back into our police force. We balanced the budget the last time on them for 18 vacancies. We can't do that again. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you.
Well, I think we've probably put a lot more requests into the manager for more information tonight than we gave him, but it's all part of the process. So I'm not seeing anybody else anxious to jump out there. So Mr. Manager, will look forward to the information that was requested this evening, and not seeing any additional comments. We'll just take a motion to receive and file this part of the discussion, and we'll move along. If I could get that motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Moore and a second by Councilmember Riggenbach to receive and file the budget information. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Ali.
Aye.
Councilmember Sear.
Aye.
Councilmember Grab.
Aye.
Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Aye.
Councilmember Moore.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Reckriegel.
Aye.
And Mayor Ardis.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. We would be at unfinished business.
Any unfinished business to come before the council tonight? Unfinished? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk.
New business.
New business to come before the council tonight? New business? Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, here's another first for the books. In the East Bluff tomorrow, we're going to have a virtual groundbreaking. You've all heard about the Peoria Opportunities Foundation construction of 20 new single-family homes along with 5 duplexes. We gave money to that very worthwhile project. And tomorrow at 11 a.m. on their website, which is www.p-of.org, under their media link, you will be able to participate in the virtual groundbreaking for these homes. It's been an incredibly long road to get to this point. Jen Gensel, the executive director of POF, has just done a fabulous job in putting together a consortium of partners and stakeholders that really has the best interests of the East Bluff at heart, and the city of Peoria, I might say, not just the East Bluff. So I'm very, very excited about this, and encourage you all to tune in tomorrow and participate with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. New business, Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Ardis. I do want to echo, I don't normally put out a lot of thank yous to people, but as was referenced earlier, our state lawmakers have done a terrific job representing us down in Springfield. And I happened to speak to one of them who was actually a Republican, and all of us run nonpartisan. I hope that'll continue to be the case. And I said, boy, I'm so glad to hear that we're actually going to get some money to help rebuild our infrastructure, thanks to the budget that was passed out of Springfield. And he said, well, you should give credit to, and he mentioned some of the people on the other side of the aisle. I think Representative Gordon Booth came up, among other things. And I think that's the kind of comity working together down here in Central Illinois that we need to continue to see, because we were all heartened to see investment continuing in our community. Our infrastructure is deteriorating, and there was some recognition of that even in the midst of this pandemic down in Springfield, and that will redound to the benefit of our taxpayers 100%, no question about it. So when we got that listing, thank you, Manager, of the allocations of money, it certainly lifted my spirits, and we need to continue to go forward without necessarily being pandemic governors. We should be governors who are dealing with a pandemic, but not pandemic governors. Thank you.
Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the same lines that Councilman Gray was talking about, road construction on War Memorial in the area where Sterling and Glenn come at that intersection. They're doing a really nice job. This is a state project. We're very happy to have got that money and that project going here. So I just want to give a shout out to our state representatives that brought those projects to us here. So that's a very important piece to 4th District, and as it's the center of our city, and that road was in repair right now, but it's in bad condition, and it's starting to look really good there. So a lot of hard work from the folks at IDOT there, and we're happy to get that project here. So thank you to them.
I'm seeing no additional comments under new business, Madam Clerk.
We would be at citizens' opportunity to address the council, and we have several emails that were received today. The first one is from Andrew Rand, and he is the CEO of Advanced Medical Transport of Central Illinois. Mayor Ardis and members of the Peoria City Council, we recognize the last 30 months have been difficult on local governments, and especially in our corporate hometown, Peoria. We also deeply appreciate the trust and respect you have placed in AMT of Central Illinois for nearly 30 years as the city's advanced life support paramedic and emergency medical services provider. I am writing to reaffirm our commitment to providing best-in-class patient care in tandem with our first responders in police, fire, and the teams at E911. 2 studies by Fitch and Associates completed in 2019 provide comprehensive analysis of the independent and collective time response performance to emergency medical events. The first study provided the community with an up-to-date snapshot of the Peoria Fire Department's response to EMS calls as excellent, and the snapshot of AMT's response to EMS calls as excellent also. Fitch opined, and the parties agreed, that to effectively use the combined response assets that the City Hall's call center PSAP protocols must be adjusted to the current deployment capacity in Peoria. The Fitch report included studies that clearly demonstrate faster response times are not a good measure in any way of the clinical outcomes experienced by patients. A review of the serial research from across the United States demonstrates little to no correlation between fast response and improved outcomes for the vast majority of emergency medical calls. Other studies cited by Fitch demonstrate the need for outstanding basic life support before advanced life support is far more important than most pre-hospital interventions. Another major recommendation was to hire more city dispatchers dedicated to EMS triage in order to improve the call center's processing times as the optimal solution to adding more response or clinical assets to the effort. In light of the current issues with the pandemic and with our common goal to provide the right care at the right time to 911 callers, AMT will be augmenting the city's call center teams with RNs specifically trained to triage calls from patients with medical conditions that warrant an alternative care concept with specialized response teams. 4-time accreditation by the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services with perfect scores, numerous national awards for medical quality and innovation, and a strong commitment to supporting this community are hallmarks you have come to expect from AMT, together with local medical centers, EMS experts, and our partners in first response. Advanced Medical Transport of Central Illinois is looking ahead to mapping and implementing improvements that our community needs. We are eager to keep Peoria's Emergency Medical Services Program an asset that works. Best regards, Andrew A. Rand, the CEO. The next one is from Ed Olahai. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you concerning the budget cuts you are considering. The past few years, the Council has tried to balance its budget by drastically cutting fire services in the city. This as the demand on the fire department continues to grow each year. The current proposal to eliminate 3 more fire machines along with 33 firefighters will greatly impact the ability of the department to deliver safe and timely service to the citizens that you are elected to protect. Councilwoman Moore stated the elimination of the resident officers should not be considered due to the disproportionate effect on the 1st and 2nd district. The proposed cuts to the fire department will eliminate the fire engine housed at Station 20. This means those living in our northern district will basically have no effective fire service, and any EMS calls will see extended times. In both cases, it could cost citizens their lives. I have heard many times that the members of the 5th district are tired of all the taxes. Well, we are about to see how they feel about paying some of the highest taxes in the city to receive little to no city services. The engine being removed from the Southern Valley runs over 2,000 calls a year. This is also the busiest fire area in the city, and many of the homes are under-equipped with needed fire detection systems, putting lives in danger. For the first time in my 30-plus years with the city, this council has backed the fire chief into a corner to where he is having to make response decisions based on the safety of the firefighters rather than what is best for the citizens. Imagine that, someone who has spent his entire life putting the citizen safety above his own, having to now realize the cuts you are considering no longer allows for him to worry about how quickly they can get to the citizens to possibly save a life. Instead, he is having to figure out how to simply keep his firefighters as safe as possible. This is not something I would have ever thought would be considered out of our city leaders. It has been mentioned many times by undereducated council members that AMT can make up for the loss of the fire companies when it comes to EMS calls. They could not be more wrong in their assumption. Currently, AMT is requesting to extend the time the city requires them to be on the scene of a Code 2 call within the city. AMT does work, but their business model does not work if they don't find some relief from the continued rise in demand for Code 2 services. Adding hundreds of calls that the fire department will no longer respond to will overtax the system. The council needs to educate themselves on the EMS system works and how AMT is paid for their services. There are systems around the country that are collapsing due to the tight margins of the current EMS system. If the council goes through with these cuts, the fire department will be unable to respond to Code 2 calls. These calls are determined by the information given by the callers. Many of these callers don't give proper information, and calls are miscoded. Many calls that start as Code 2 end up being upgraded once EMS is on the scene. The key there is that EMS needs to get on the scene. Peoria's latest homicide came in as a person shot with a BB gun. We all know this tragedy was much more than a BB gun call. Let's discuss the current study that the city spent $75,000 to have done. I would agree that there was plenty of good information in this study. If one looks at the study, you will see that the city has a good EMS system, but falls well short on getting what is considered an industrial standard when it comes to getting firefighters to a fire in a timely manner. That portion of the study was glazed over in the report. The cuts that were being proposed will make this statistic drastically worse and will put our citizens and firefighters at risk. It was stated by the Fitch Group that Peoria could do what they do now in 6 fire stations. Once again, if the council would educate themselves on what is being said here, you would have gotten the same answers I did. When questioned about this, Dr. Moeller stated, first, this would not be our recommendation for our city. This was designed to be a far left idea from room in the middle. When it came to the ability to respond from 6 stations, the data did not include the number of stations of machines that would need to be at each of these stations to meet the current call load. Dr. Moeller stated many, if not all of these houses would have to have multiple machines in them, and some could easily, possibly need 3 or more. The study did not look at this, and we were not asked to evaluate this data. The current cuts being considered would eliminate more machines on top of the 2 cut in the last budget cycle. The one thing for sure that both Dr. Moeller and Dr. McKnight stated when they gave the report to the council was that we would not recommend any other cuts on top of the 2 rescue squads until all the dispatch changes and the other suggestions were implemented. Once that was completed, you should study the impact for 6 months to a year before other changes were made. They said any other way is irresponsible and could be dangerous. Beth Olahai writes, we annexed our property into the city for one reason, and that was for the city services. We respect the job that Sheriff Asbell and the county does, but we don't want to wait as long as it could take them to get to our house in an emergency. The same goes for volunteer fire departments if we have a fire or an emergency at our home. We want them here within a few short minutes. Our current tax bill is over $12,000. We do not have any kids in District 150, and we rarely use the Park District for anything. What we do reserve for our money is good basic city services. Over the years, we have heard council members say many times, those of us around this horseshoe have to make tough decisions and we have to answer to our constituents. We can't agree more. It's time for you to step up and figure out how to pay for good and basic city services. Continue budget on the backs of the city workers can no longer happen. No one will want to live in the city that is not safe. These cuts you are considering will make Peoria a dangerous place for both citizens and those that are brave enough to stay around and try to protect it. Next, we hear from Denise Adams, and she says, hello, as a bar owner in the city of Peoria, I am grateful that we are considering an option to open. However, outside seating only is not enough. We have closed since March 16th. That was 75 days ago. 75 days without any revenue dollars coming in and with bills piling up. There was no income for ourselves. It is not even possible for us to even attempt to get caught back up where we were before the shutdown with only outdoor seating. With closing hours of until 9 or 10, we have to stand as a city and allow all of our businesses to open. You trusted us to keep our customers safe on a daily basis before COVID. It should not be any different now. Small businesses have a stronger ability to monitor sanitation practices we do not have near the crowds that the larger chains get. To allow retail stores to open while keeping bars and restaurants restricted seems very unjust. I drive past a liquor store daily and the amount of cars in the parking lot sadden me. How can my bar with a maximum capacity of 70 be more harmful than any other liquor store? We are not going to do anything to harm the individuals. They are our livelihood, our families, and our friends. There are precautions that we can take that would make it safe to open completely. To go until June 26th with limited outdoor seating will only drive us deeper in a hole. We are beyond frustrated and we are struggling. There has been little to no help for the majority of us. We are being punished for something that does not affect our region as severely as Chicago. Please consider the plan, or reconsider the plan. Please help the small business survive. We desperately need to get back to business as quickly as possible. And then we have Judith Lapine, who says, I bring your attention to House Bill 2682, which allows bars and restaurants to provide alcoholic beverages to go for curbside pickup. Am I understanding this correctly, that a person could order a cocktail, say a Long Island iced tea or glass of brandy over the rocks, and then this would be allowed? If your answer is yes, then where do Illinois legislators think the patron will, with that alcoholic beverage in hand, is going to drink it? My opinion is in their car behind the wheel. What is this going to lead to? My opinion is drunk driving and accidents. On the surface, this bill is unfathomable to me. Please tell me that I'm missing something here. Where does the city of Peoria stand on this bill that passed both the House and the Senate? That completes the comments from the citizens. And we do not have an executive session, so we would be at adjournment.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to adjourn by Councilman Riggenbach. That motion is seconded by anybody want to second the motion to adjourn? Seconded by Councilmember Graham. Seconded by Councilman Graham. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Sear?
Yes.
Councilmember Grab?
Yes.
Councilmember Jensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Montalongo?
Yes.
Councilmember Moore?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggenbach?
Aye.
Councilmember Ruckriegel?
Aye.
Mayor Ardis?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ali?
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening's meeting of the Peoria City Council stands adjourned. We will meet second Tuesday in June. Have a good evening.